Chapter 447. Rome was repeatedly toyed with by Xiao Han. Finally, anger attacked his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Aggrieved. Humiliated. As a leading figure of a large plane, Rome had always had the upper hand in all his life, and had never suffered a setback. But this time, he was actually repeatedly thwarted by Xiao Han. This caused his insufferably arrogant mentality to suffer a devastating blow. Xiao Han. Little bastard. Die for this seat. Die. Kill you. Exterminate your entire family. Slaughter your plane. Rome had completely gone mad, almost showing signs of being possessed. He repeatedly unleashed his ultimate killing techniques on the spot, causing the space to collapse like tiles. The helmet that he was wearing had fallen to the ground, revealing a head of black hair that was fluttering in the wind, messy. His entire person had sunk into a demonic spell, imagining everything around him as Xiao Han, and continuously bombarded. After half an hour, Rome's anger finally subsided. Then, not good. Bad news. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. This seat actually fell for that little bastard Xiao Han's luring the tiger away from the mountain. Damn it. Rome suddenly reacted, and then madly sprinted towards the direction of the square, in the square. The 10 demons from Xiao Han's plane who were originally kneeling in the square had already disappeared without a trace. And all around the square, there were scattered flesh and blood, muscle tissues, bone fragments. Blood flowed like a river, and a thick aura of death and resentment lingered. It was completely a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Seeing this situation, surprisingly, Rome did not fly into a rage. His expression, instead, seemed extremely numb, and his entire person also appeared extremely calm to the point of being terrifying. It was like the calm before the storm, dead. All dead. Hee hee. The last batch of demon heroes that followed me out of this plane have all died in the hands of Xiao Han. Hee hee. Now, only I, a few great elders, and a few dozen elders are left. Dead. How tragic. Ha 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 ha. I think I'm going to die soon too. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, oh Xiao Han, I didn't expect that my plane would be buried in the hands of a stinky brat like you. I fought against the heavens and the demon race to establish an immortal foundation. My ambition was not fulfilled yet. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, all of them were destroyed in the hands of a young man from a trashy plane. Fate. Fate. Ha 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 ha. I can't accept this. Suddenly, Rome seemed to be completely disheartened, and he squatted on the ground all of a sudden. Xiao Han sprinted through the hallucinatory devil palace. After an hour, he finally found a region that was most suitable for cultivation. The density of the hallucinatory demonic realm here was extremely high. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and began to swallow the hallucinatory demonic realm wantonly, refining it into his sea of consciousness. He was accumulating and preparing for breaking through to the 19th spirit finger technique. 2 hours later, Xiao Han had absorbed and refined all the hallucinatory demonic realm in this region. Then, he searched for another region with a higher density of hallucinatory demonic realm. Just like that, after a few hours, the spirit power in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness was already extremely full. The spirit power star burst out with the sound of metal bouncing. Clang. 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 Every time it bounced, the heavens and the earth would shatter. Its power was like the great prison of the mountains and seas. It was almost invincible. Xiao Han felt that his spirit power was about to condense into a substance. If he released it at once, he could directly attack the enemy. It should be enough. The accumulation is almost enough to break through to the 19th spirit finger technique. It was dusk, and the sunset was sad and beautiful. Xiao Han was like a lonely crane, sitting cross-legged on the ridge of a house. A powerful halo of spirit power enveloped Xiao Han's entire head. That immortal divine light was spreading, and a poem of praise was faintly being sung. Xiao Han's hands moved, forming hand seals one after another. His movements were unconstrained, like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, like a swimming fish, like a white steed flitting through a gap. He was breaking through to the 19th spirit finger technique. The spirit power star in his sea of consciousness became increasingly condensed, sturdy, and dazzling with a golden luster. His spirit power was highly concentrated. His spirit and aura were flawless and untainted, extraordinary and refined. In this strange and profound cultivation process, Xiao Han's mind did not have the slightest bit of impurity. His entire soul was as clear as crystal. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt his spirit power and soul suddenly fly out, shooting up into the sky and penetrating into the endless void. This feeling was as if his soul was floating out of his brain. His soul had left his body. It feels like the last time I was possessed by the demon god soul. My entire soul was forced to leave my body. It was very strange. Xiao Han's soul flew up to a high place, and he could actually see himself. However, very quickly, Xiao Han's soul could no longer see himself. His soul flew up higher and higher. In the end, it seemed as if it had flown out of this hallucinatory devil palace and beyond the 9 heavens. Light as a feather, as if I can fly to wherever I want. The whole world seems to be no longer shackled by the space. What a strange feeling. It's as if my spirit power can freely jump through space in this mysterious void. Xiao Han was even more dazed and felt that it was strange. However, in the next moment, in the void, endless time and space storms appeared. Between the heavens and the earth, there was no light from the sun or moon. In an instant, Xiao Han's spirit was lost in the endless space and time. He felt isolated and helpless, lost in the depths of the distant space and time, never to return. All around him, he saw endless storms howling and howling. Not good. All of a sudden, Xiao Han only felt that his soul was shaken to the core, and he felt a sense of vulnerability as if he was in danger. He knew very well that if his soul was wrapped by those time and space storms, it would be instantly burned and minced. His spirit would be destroyed. Come back quickly. Soul. Quickly return to your body from this place where the time and space storms are brewing. Hurry. Xiao Han was anxious and uneasy. At the same time, in the depths of the time and space storms, Xiao Han could vaguely see a door. However, this door was very blurry, and its specific shape was completely unclear. However, that door seemed to have formed an instinctive attraction for Xiao Han. This caused Xiao Han to have a strong desire to rush over, open the door, and see what was inside. Wang wang wang, shockingly. The great accomplishment stage saber intent that was floating in Xiao Han's soul suddenly let out a howl. Ah! The saber intent is being attracted. Behind that door, there seems to be something attracting the saber intent. Could it be, the door of the saber realm, the legendary door of the saber realm? As a saber cultivator, the level of saber intent above the great accomplishment stage is saber intent godly. To reach the legendary level of saber intent godly, one must open the door of the saber realm. Ah! The illusory door of the saber realm, it seems like I have sensed it. Roar! Xiao Han's soul was completely trembling. But my soul can't reach that door at all. The entire void is filled with time and space storms, my soul will be minced. I have to pass through all kinds of dangers to reach that door. But my soul is currently too weak. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. At this moment, Xiao Han's spirit and soul were falling rapidly. Falling to the bottom. The next moment, it's back again. Xiao Han's body trembled and found that his soul had returned to his sea of consciousness. However, when his soul left his body and roamed the void, Xiao Han's soul and spirit had once again undergone an indescribable baptism and tempering. Suddenly, boom, the last gesture of the 19th spirit finger technique was completed. This caused the density of the spirit star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness to soar once again, and his spirit power had increased by a huge level. The moment the spirit wave spread out, it covered an area of 2 million meters. It covered the entire hallucinatory demon palace. After completing the 19th spirit finger technique, Xiao Han's spirit undulations range of scanning instantly exploded. If not for the fact that the hallucinatory demon palace only covered an area of 2 million meters, Xiao Han would have been able to scan a wider and grander area. Success. Xiao Han stood up. I've completed the 19th spirit finger technique, and my spirit power is getting closer and closer to solidifying. When my soul left my body just now, I seem to have sensed the gate of the Saber Realm, but I can't open the gate of the Saber Realm yet. It's not enough to open the gate of the Saber Realm yet. Forget it, I'll put that gate of the Saber Realm aside for now, and don't let my imagination run wild. Wait until I complete the 28 sets of spirit finger techniques, then I'll go explore. Now, Xiao Han stretched his body, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I'll take the initiative and launch the final attack on Rome. First, I'll kill all the elders in his realm. Then, I'll make Rome completely alone. Xiao Han leaped into the air and jumped out of the tall building. In the plaza where Rome was. Rong Ku sat in the middle of the plaza, a numb and miserable smile on his face. 5 great elders and dozens of ordinary elders had all rushed back from all directions. They looked at the piles of corpses around the plaza, then looked at Rong Ku, who had lost all hope, and could roughly guess some things. A wave of bone-chilling coldness immediately invaded their bones and lungs. Lord Rong. Lord Rong. Those hostages. Have they been? 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 Have they been rescued by that little bastard? Our evil heroes. All of them have been killed, Lord Rong. Lord Rong. Weren't you supposed to stay in the plaza? How did our heroes meet with misfortune? What is going on? Another great elder asked in a stuttering voice. All of a sudden, Rong Ku went berserk, jumping up and down, baring his fangs. Scram! All of you scram! Scram far away! Scram! Don't be noisy in front of me! As soon as he said that, Pa! 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 Rong Ku slapped them repeatedly, causing all the great elders and ordinary elders to fall to the ground. All of you, scram! Rong Ku laughed maniacally. Scram! Otherwise, all of you will die. These elders were terrified by Rong Ku's craziness. Then, one by one, they ran away like birds and beasts. All of you scram! Rong Ku stood in the middle of the plaza in a daze, his figure extremely lonely. These elders were all dispersed by Rong Ku and stood 10,000 meters away. It's over. Lord Rong has gone mad. It seems that Lord Rong has completely gone mad. What should we do? What should we do now? Are we all going to die here? A great elder's face was filled with unwillingness and despair. All right, let's all disperse and search for that little bastard. Once we find him, if we can kill him, then kill him. If we can't kill him, send out a voice fluctuation, tell him that we are willing to give in and reconcile with him. Forget it, we don't need to care about Lord Rong anymore. We will privately negotiate with that little bastard. Privately negotiate with that young man and try our best to satisfy his request. We will all compromise. Let's see if he can let us live. All right, let's disperse and send the message. Lord Rong is unreliable. If we want to live now, we can only rely on ourselves. After a round of discussion, the elders dispersed. Oh. All of you have dispersed. In a dark and narrow alley, Xiao Han's figure appeared. Then, all the elders, before the sun rises tomorrow. All of you. Go to hell. To be continued. Chapter 448. In the illusory Devil Palace, the people from the Rome Plain were undoubtedly attacking Xiao Han's strong points with their weak points. They were restricted by Xiao Han in every aspect and had almost no ability to fight back. The hostage plan, that they saw as their only hope, had now completely failed. Not only were the 10 hostages successfully rescued by Xiao Han, but even the last batch of demon warriors was also hunted down by Xiao Han. It was a great defeat. They were all badly injured. This caused Rong Che to be completely disheartened. As for the remaining elders, each of them had to find a way to survive on their own. Late at night, these elders were scattered in the Devil Palace and wantonly sent out their thoughts and messages, wanting to let Xiao Han hear their thoughts. Xiao Han, show yourself. At this moment, we have already completely admitted defeat. We have all admitted defeat. Come out. No matter what request you have, we will satisfy you. Xiao Han, come out. Let's turn hostility into friendship. From today onwards, we will no longer be enemies with you. Moreover, if you are willing to come to our plane, we will also recommend you to become an elder of the Demon Warrior Tower. This will allow you to obtain the worship and faith of all living beings in our plane. Xiao Han, we will not hold any grudges against the demon warriors that you killed in our plane. All the enmity between us will be written off. Let's be friends happily. Hey, you're only admitting defeat now? Xiao Han walked quickly on a path. He released his spiritual force and locked onto a grand elder and 9 ordinary elders who were 50,000 meters in front of him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. If we had minded our own business from the beginning, I would not have risked my life to fight with all of you. But now, it's too late. All of you must pay the price for bullying the weak and being insufferably arrogant. The Grand Elder and 9 ordinary elders were locked onto by Xiao Han's spiritual force. They wandered back and forth in the Devil Palace with terrified expressions. They were like wandering ghosts. How tragic. The affairs of the world are inconstant. There were many dynasties that collapsed just because of trivial matters. Sigh. I understood this principle before, but the stronger one's cultivation is, the more arrogant they become. Now, I finally have to drink the bitter wine that I brewed myself. Xiao Han, let us go. The great elder sighed in a depressed manner. 9 ordinary elders. Walking behind him, she was also filled with sorrow. Her throat was choked up and she couldn't speak. Just then, woo, in the dark night. A large area of the sky suddenly condensed as countless hallucinatory demonic boundaries gathered together like thousands of evil dragons. Then, boom. He faced the Grand Elder directly. As well as the 9 ordinary elders, they came down. The entire world was filled with strange phenomena. Up in the sky and down on the ground, everything was an auditory hallucination. It was as if demons, ghosts, and gods were crying. It was as if the heavens were weeping bitterly and inconsolably. Terrifying cries could be heard coming from the rift. Following this, cracks began to appear in the sky, accompanied by the sound of the stars shattering. It was a terrifying sight. Poochie. 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 A terrifying sound resounded. It was as if the heavens were being forcefully torn apart by the demons. The night sky was dyed red as if the heavens were bleeding. Ah! Hallucinatory demonic boundaries. The hallucinatory demonic boundaries within a radius of a few thousand meters were highly compressed. The density had reached 100 times or even 1,000 times that of the initial state. Killing people and ghosts, causing people to be possessed. Ah! I can't resist such a degree of hallucinatory demonic boundaries. Roar! I saw it. I saw the end of the world. The end of the world in the legends. So it was like this. The sky was raining blood, the ghosts were howling, the end of the world was coming, the void was collapsing, and the universe was returning to chaos. Roar! Miserable. Bitter. It's Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Stop it. Let us go. As the great elder of a great plain, I have 101 true meridians in my body and the heavenly eye. I am invincible in the secular world. I have the body of a half-immortal. I can't die. If I die, the heavens and earth will mourn. It's a tragedy in the mortal world. Let me go. Ah. The great elder started to howl and cry blood. His cries were like the cries of a cuckoos and apes. But, the hallucinatory demonic boundaries was suppressing. Suppressing. Crazily suppressing. The great elder's aura was getting weaker and weaker. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. Ah. I don't want to die. The great elder screamed and opened his heavenly eye. His half-immortal body was emitting a sparkling immortal light. One after another, killing techniques exploded in all directions. He resisted with all his might. However, the hallucinatory demonic boundaries was an attack on the spiritual level. It was a soul attack and not a physical attack. Thus, the great elder's heavenly eye was useless. Continuous suppression. Moreover, the hallucinatory demonic boundaries in all directions were getting more and more rampant, crazier, and aggressive. The entire night was dyed with a layer of bloody calamity. Shockingly, the great elder's heavenly eye couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure and directly shut down. Pooh! Suddenly, the great elder spat out a mouthful of blood. Bitter. The great elder's muscles were spasming and his facial features were sunken. Sweat poured down like rain. He had no choice but to sit down and bitterly guard his mind that was about to collapse. As for the 9 ordinary elders, they couldn't even speak. All of them sat cross-legged with their hands clasped together. Their bodies were twitching. Boom, 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 the hallucinatory demonic boundaries were like a meteor shower. As if they didn't care about their lives, they splashed down and attacked the group of elders. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Finally, an ordinary elder couldn't hold it anymore. His mind scattered like a sand sculpture. He let out a short roar and then raised his hand and slapped his forehead. His body split open and scattered blood and foam on the ground. As the elder succumbed to the devil and died, the devils will spread like a plague. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. Ah. Bang. 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 The remaining ordinary elders had all fallen into bedevilment. Their heads exploded and their bodies were smashed to pieces. That great elder was still bitterly holding on. But he was also a lamp that had run out of oil. After a short while, Shao Han, you won't have a good death. The great elder screamed. He also followed in the footsteps of the ordinary elders and fell into bedevilment, ending his own life. The night became quiet again. The wind continued to blow. The damp and cold air made people feel a sad and withered atmosphere. Shao Han slowly walked to this area and looked at the broken corpses on the ground. Then, he silently disappeared. An entire night. Shao Han was like the most terrifying hunter, hiding in the darkest corner, hunting and killing the elders of the Rhone Plain. They were not able to escape Shao Han's hunt. After completing the 19th spirit finger technique. In this hallucinatory devil palace that was like his home field, Shao Han harvested the lives of those elder-level powerhouses like cutting grass. Dead. Within a few hours, Shao Han killed all the elders of the Rhone Plain. Great elder. Ordinary elder. Not a single one was left. Exterminating them all. Rome now, in this huge hallucinatory devil palace. Only the 2 of us are left. Shao Han was like a lone crane, standing proudly at the top of a pavilion. His sleeves fluttered in the night wind. His aura seemed to be about to break the void and fly away with the wind. Originally, I didn't have the resources to fight against a leader of a large plane, a half-immortal body, and fight to the death. But in this hallucinatory devil palace, everything is possible. I can faintly feel that my foundation and accumulation have become more solid. It will be greatly beneficial for me to transform my true chi into true talismans in the future. Killing people who are of a higher realm than me and challenging an entire plane alone is a perfect tempering for my will. After killing all the elders of the Rong Plain, the true meridians in Xiao Han's body became more and more flawless. They were crystal clear and emitted a holy light. Those true meridians that had not been opened yet seemed to be throbbing and were ready to move. Accumulation. I can clearly feel the accumulation. Xiao Han took a deep breath and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he frowned. However, this accumulation is still not enough. I, Xiao Han, must do my best in cultivating true qi. Although it was glorious to expand my meridians by 2553 times, it has already passed. My talisman transformation must be amazing and must surpass the expansion of meridians in one go. Then, I need to accumulate even more. The more the better. Rong. I must obtain enough accumulation from you. Xiao Han's eyes became more and more resolute. His mind was clear. Then, I will destroy all the exits in the hallucinatory Devil Palace, leaving only one exit. The corner of Xiao Han's mouth twitched, revealing an extraordinary smile. One exit, me and Rong. In this situation where there's only one exit left, I'll fight Rong head-on and cut off all means of retreat. Once I kill him, I'll obtain a heaven-defying accumulation. That's right. One exit and the two of them will fight to the death. Xiao Han was putting himself at death's door first. Once Rong was killed, Xiao Han's entire soul would undergo a perfect transformation. This way, the accumulation he would obtain would far exceed the success of assassinating Rong. Heh. Expanding Meridian Realm and killing an immortal Eye Realm expert who has opened the heavenly eye. I'm afraid there has never been such an achievement even in the endless ordinary planes of the universe. It will definitely surpass the ancient times. This way, no one in this world will be able to surpass my accumulation. He had made up his mind. Xiao Han leapt out. And at this very moment, Rong, who was sitting in the middle of the plaza, felt a trace of sorrow in his heart. His heart was moved and he stood up abruptly, dead. I can sense that all the grand elders and ordinary elders are dead. I am the only one left. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. When I left my hometown, I led all the grand elders and ordinary elders in the Yaoxia Pagoda and selected over 1,000 geniuses to prepare for battle. However, all of them are dead. I am the only one left. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. Now, only the two of us are left in this hallucinatory devil palace. Do you dare to fight me? Fight to the death. Rong roared angrily. His spiritual voice spread out in all directions. Chapter 449. Xiao Han. Now, only you and I are left in this illusory devil palace. Do you dare to fight with this seat? Fight to the death. Xiao Han. Now, only you and I are left in this illusory devil palace. Do you dare to fight with this seat? Fight to the death. That sound transmission of Rong pledging to fight to the death continuously transmitted to every corner of the illusionary fiend palace. The powerful battle intent surged and pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, Rong's life force reached its peak. His aura, his spirit, and his battle intent were all rendered to the extreme. Xiao Han. Let's fight. This seat, with the identity of the leader of a great plane, challenges you. Life or death, a battle to decide. Xiao Han, I have to say, you are the most terrifying enemy that this seat has ever encountered. You are even more terrifying than those great demon emperors. You are an enemy that is worthy of this seat's respect. Let's fight. Even if this seat dies in your hands, I will accept it. Boom boom boom, Xiao Han continuously destroyed more than 10 exits. His figure slightly paused. His spirit fluctuation also sensed Rong's voice transmission. Oh. Xiao Han was slightly stunned and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a powerful battle intent. Looks like that Rong has already regarded me as his mortal enemy. He doesn't hesitate to bet his life to fight with me. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the ruler of a great plane. The aura and battle intent that erupted when he staked everything on one throw is sufficiently powerful. This battle intent, if one's spirit and soul is slightly weaker, I'm afraid that before the battle even starts, one would be scared to death by his aura. However, although I, Xiao Han, also want to fight to the death with Rong, I can't always choose the time when his aura is the most vigorous. Should I go straight to the front? Ha 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 ha. The first drum of energy, the second weak, the third exhausted. I, Rong, want to fight at the time when he wants to temporarily avoid his sharp edge and wait until tomorrow. His aura will definitely be exhausted and the danger level of the illusory devil realm will increase by another 10 times. With another increase of 10 times, my chances of killing Rong will rise exponentially. Thinking of this, Xiao Han no longer ignored Rong's challenge. Instead, he focused on destroying the remaining exits. Before dawn, phew, it's done. Xiao Han walked into a courtyard in a relaxed manner. All the exits in this hallucinatory devil palace have already disappeared. Finally, there's only one exit left, shortly after. Xiao Han closed his eyes and went to sleep, conserving his energy. When the sun rose, he would look for an opportunity to have a final battle with Rong. Of course. The only exit that Xiao Han had left behind was hundreds of thousands of meters away from Rong. Naturally, there was no need to worry that Rong would be able to find it in a short time. This allowed Xiao Han to sleep in peace. The first ray of morning light shone into the illusionary demon palace. Hong hong hong, the muffled sound of thunder resounded in the sky. Today, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory fiend realm had increased by 10 times compared to yesterday. Countless hallucinatory demonic realms were spread out between the heavens and earth, like heavenly demons rampaging about, wanting to bring disaster to the mortal world. After a short nap, Xiao Han had already recovered. His vitality had been adjusted to its peak. Feeling refreshed, Zhang Xian walked out of the residence. Today's hallucinatory demonic realm's density and danger level has increased by 10 times. Xiao Han smiled slightly. If I remember correctly, today's hallucinatory demonic realm's danger level will be 40 times that of the first time I entered this hallucinatory demon palace. Heh, if nothing unexpected happens, today will also be the day that I and Rong fight to the death. Among us, only one will be able to leave alive. Just at this moment, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in Xiao Han's ears. On the 5th day of the hallucinatory demon palace, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm has increased by 40 times, and the danger level has increased by 40 times. 1,000 exits, one left. In the plaza. There's only one exit left? Ha 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 ha. There's only one exit left. Ha 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 ha. Rong let out a maniacal laughter. This exit must have been prepared by Xiao Han for himself. Once he enters this exit, the hallucinatory demon palace will be completely closed. Ha 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 ha. This is also an announcement that this seat will be completely trapped in this demon palace. This Xiao Han can teleport out immediately and use the only exit. Why didn't he teleport? Ha 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 ha. He must want to make this seat feel great fear and anxiety before I die, to make this seat drown in despair. So sinister, so scheming. Good method. Roar. Xiao Han. Why don't you dare to fight with this seat? Roar. This seat has already decided to fight to the death, but you don't have the courage and determination to fight. Ha 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 ha. How ironic. This seat has always been able to call the wind and summon the rain. I want the wind and get the rain, but I didn't expect that even my last request before I die can't be fulfilled. How regretful. This seat will die in such a muddle-headed manner. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Rong's surging battle intent and determination to fight to the death were being defeated bit by bit. His entire aura was weakening. And he seemed to have aged dozens of years or even hundreds of years in an instant. Even the hair on his temples had a touch of white. At this moment, Xiao Han still didn't immediately find Rong to fight to the death. Instead, Xiao Han leisurely found an area that was most suitable to cultivate the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. He sat cross-legged and began to practice the 20th mental technique. Today, the density and danger level of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the entire Devil Palace has increased by another 10 times. To me, it's another good opportunity to cultivate. Once I break through the 20th mental technique, not only will my mental strength skyrocket again, but the density of the mental strength star will also become more compact and closer to solidification. After completing the 21st set of mental technique, his mental strength would be solidified successfully. Vaporization. Liquefaction. Solidification. Every stage was like the difference between heaven and earth. When he completed the 19th mental technique, Xiao Han could faintly sense the door of the Saber realm. But because his soul and mental strength were too weak, he couldn't get close to the door of the Saber realm. But if his mental strength solidified, perhaps he would have the chance to get close to the door of the Saber realm and even open it, making his own Saber intent, reaching the legendary Saber intent entrancement realm. In this way, Xiao Han could fight against the demon god egg in his heart. He would have a chance to complete the 21st set of mental technique. The 20th set of mental technique was crucial. It could be said that the 20th set of mental technique was the foundation for the 21st set of mental technique. Moreover, if I can complete the 20th set of mental technique, I will have a greater chance of defeating Rome. With this in mind, Xiao Han began to devour and refine the hallucinatory demonic realm in order to break through to the 20th set of mental technique. He was preparing and accumulating. For hours later, Xiao Han could vaguely feel that his accumulation was more or less sufficient. He began to practice the 20th set of mental technique. This was the 20th set of mental technique. It was made up of a total of 100,000 subtle and profound hand gestures. To complete the 20th set of mental technique, he had to link these 100,000 hand gestures together perfectly. There couldn't be any mistakes or pauses in between. He had to do it in one go. However, when Xiao Han reached the 200,000th hand gesture, he actually couldn't link the 20001 hand gesture. With a pause, all his previous efforts were wasted. Moreover, when he reached the 200,000th hand gesture, Xiao Han's entire body started to show signs of exhaustion and powerlessness. Xiao Han was puzzled. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued to cultivate. The situation was exactly the same as before. When he reached the 200,000th hand gesture, all the energy in his body seemed to have been squeezed dry, causing Xiao Han's vision to blur and his body to go limp. I understand now. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xiao Han's mind. It's my physical body's strength that can't keep up. That's right, in order to continuously strengthen his mental strength, he must have a corresponding physical body's strength. After all, mental strength relied on a person's body. If the mental strength was too strong and the physical body was too weak, the physical body would not be able to suppress the mental strength. Then, there was a high possibility that the person would enter a demonic state or even directly explode. I understand, my physical body can only support me until the 19th set of mental technique. If I want to progress further, I must first increase the strength of my physical body. That's right, that's it. Xiao Han figured out the crux of the matter. In this illusory devil palace, it is naturally impossible to increase the strength of my physical body. Moreover, in order to satisfy the requirements of completing the 20th set of mental technique, I must go through thousands of tempering. It is not something that can be easily matched. It's my limit. I have now reached a bottleneck. I can only temporarily stop cultivating this extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique. In the future, when my physical body becomes stronger, I will continue to attempt the 20th set of mental technique. All right. Then let's leave this illusory devil palace. Xiao Han's gaze looked towards the distant location where Rome was. Within his eyes, a strong battle intent began to brew. Suddenly, Xiao Han's sound waves gathered into a line and through mental fluctuations, he sent a message to Rome, Rome, it's time for a battle between us. Rong, I, Xiao Han, and you have already formed a deep enmity that can never be resolved. Between us, we cannot live under the same sky. If I'm not wrong, right now, you have already become my heart's demon, and I have also become your heart's demon. Between the two of us, one of us will definitely die in the hands of the other. Now, in the entire illusory devil palace, only the two of us are left. There is also only one exit left. Let's fight. Those who survive, go through that exit and teleport out. Before the battle, I can tell you the location of that exit. If you can kill me, you can directly find that exit. In the plaza. Rong immediately received Xiao Han's voice transmission. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, it's you. Rong's spirit was roused, and his entire person exploded into a heart-wrenching howl. The last battle? Xiao Han, you want to fight to the death with this seat? Oh, before this battle, you even told this seat the location of the exit. Looks like you've put your life on the line. In this way, perhaps in the battle, you will be able to stimulate all of your life's potential. Good. Xiao Han, you're indeed a character. This seat has also been waiting for this battle. Come. Let's fight. Rong puffed up his chest. His battle-intent soared. Xiao Han walked towards Rong step by step, and with every step, his battle intent rose a notch, and his aura rose a notch. Rong, come. The battle of the ages. In this battle, Xiao Han will lay the most solid foundation for my future true qi cultivation. Chapter 450. Xiao Han had spent several days in this hallucinatory devil palace. Not only had he cultivated the exterminating sky decimating earth mental technique to the 19th mental finger technique, his mental energy was infinitely close to solidifying, he had also killed all the people from the Rong plane. Except for a small number of evil heroes who were lucky enough to be teleported out, in the Rong plane, most of the heroes were killed. All the elders, including a few great elders, were killed. Which was also to say that in the hallucinatory fiend palace now, there was only Rong, this loner, left. The originally aggressive and valiant troops had melted like ice. Xiao Han's spiritual force locked onto Rong, and his battle intent soared. His aura towered over the heavens as he walked towards Rong step by step. In the plaza, at this moment, Rong inexplicably felt a predestined battle, a predestined feeling. He's coming, Xiao Han. Let's fight. Suddenly, half-immortal Rong's body began to burn. Boundless energy gathered at his forehead. The heaven's eye opened. Hong, along with the sonorous hymn, sacred light beams shot out from Tsong Rong's heaven eye in the shape of a fan. His mental power and soul had entered a clear state, flawless and untainted. His mental power pierced through the layers of hallucinatory demonic realm in the demon palace, covering an area of close to 100,000 meters. It had reached an extreme. In a trance, Rong sensed Xiao Han's position. Moreover, Rong could sense that Xiao Han was walking towards him step by step. He really came. Rong's lips curled into a bitter smile. Heh. That's the young man who destroyed the hope of my entire plane, causing it to fall from a mighty plane to a weak one. It's all thanks to him. I've been trying to capture him all this time. Even if he dug 3 feet into the ground, he still couldn't find him. There was nothing he could do. Now, he had finally appeared, in the entire hallucinatory devil palace. 1,000 exits were destroyed by him. Right now, there's only one left. Between me and him, one must die. Lock onto his life aura and location. Rong's third eye condensed and released a beam of dark light, which shot towards Xiao Han, who was tens of thousands of meters away. Gradually, after a few hundred breaths' time, the glow turned into some tiny runes. It stuck to Xiao Han's body. In this way, Rong finally managed to collect some of Xiao Han's life force. Then, as long as Xiao Han was in this hallucinatory demon palace, no matter where he hid, he would not be able to escape. Rong Do was able to roughly lock onto Xiao Han's position and hunt him down. Rong's complexion was slightly pale as a tired expression emerged on his face. However, the depths of his eyes were burning with excitement. I've finally collected the life aura of this little bastard. It wasn't easy. In this way, he has nowhere to run. Ha 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 ha. Although he had locked onto the position through the air. Moreover, collecting life aura consumes a lot of energy, but it's worth a try. Just now, when Rong had gathered power from his immortal body and used his heaven eyes to collect Xiao Han's life aura from tens of thousands of meters away, he had consumed a third of his power, which he couldn't replenish in time. But, in this hallucinatory devil palace, this little bastard Xiao Han's greatest advantage is that his whereabouts are mysterious and unpredictable. His mental strength is different from ordinary people and he can use the hallucinatory devil realm to carry out assassinations. In this plane of mine, all the people who died in the hands of Xiao Han were killed by assassinations. They were not killed by Xiao Han in a direct confrontation. Xiao Han is nothing more than an insignificant acupoint expansion realm cultivator with a slightly stronger body. I can still easily crush him to death by consuming a third of my energy. It's like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Don't mention consuming a third of my energy. Even if I consume 2/3 of my energy, I will still completely defeat him. Using a third of my energy to exchange for his life aura, this is too perfect. In front of me, he can no longer hide his whereabouts and tricks. His greatest advantage is gone. Xiao Han, let me personally punish you. Rong Yi also took a step forward and strode towards Xiao Han. Oh. While walking, Xiao Han felt a sense of being monitored, like maggots in his bones, lingering on. Soon, a ray of dim light was projected onto his body. Moreover, this ray of dim light, after brewing, scattered and formed a miniature talisman, seeping into Xiao Han's cells and meridians. Xiao Han looked inside his body. He discovered that these miniature talismans were condensed in his body without dispersing, like a pair of devil's eyes, peeping at him from the unseen world. That Rong is still playing tricks. In an instant, Xiao Han understood. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, under normal circumstances, Rong can easily launch an attack on me. But in this hallucinatory demonic realm's dense demonic palace, even with Rong's ability, he can't launch a direct fatal attack. This trick of his. It's not to attack me, but to waste energy to plant a talisman in my body that can monitor me at any time. Planting such a talisman from tens of thousands of meters away, it must consume a lot of energy and mental strength, right? Ha 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 ha. This Rong is still worried that I will change my mind at the last moment. Does he still not understand my determination to fight? Ha 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 ha, unnecessary. Xiao Han revealed a disdainful smile as he walked. I have already said it myself, this is the final battle, it cannot be avoided. This Rong is still wasting energy to monitor me, afraid that I will run away. Psychologically speaking, he has already lost. Suddenly, Xiao Han's conviction to win rose again. Boom boom boom, suddenly, Xiao Han took a step forward and ran towards Rong. He is actually running so fast. Rong sneered, then he also used his speed and ran towards Xiao Han. The distance between the two rapidly shortened. 50,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 20,000 meters. Within 10,000 meters. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I can already clearly feel Xiao Han's heartbeat. Rong's smile was extremely cruel. Outside the hallucinatory demonic palace. A blue space. A stable space. The people of Xiao Han's plane and the people of Rong's plane were clearly entrenched. At this time, there were less than 200 people teleported out of the hallucinatory demonic palace in Rong's plane. They looked at each other. A panicked expression appeared on his face. Elders and Lord Rong, why haven't they teleported out yet? According to the time in the hallucinatory demonic palace. It should have been a few days ago, logically speaking. With the invincible skills of the elders and Lord Rong, they should have escaped from the damned demonic palace a long time ago. 1,000 exits, it's not a small number. It's impossible that Lord Rong and the elders haven't found any exits, right? At this time, a large group of demonic heroes surrounded the 5 demonic hero slaves that Xiao Han had enlightened, and asked questions at once. The 5 of you were the last to be teleported out. What's the situation in the hallucinatory demonic palace now? Lord Rong and the elders. Why haven't they teleported out yet? What about the other demonic hero companions? We have thousands of people entering the demonic palace, but now, there are less than 200 people who can be teleported out. What's going on? We don't know about this. The 5 demonic hero slaves. They defended themselves in unison. In the demonic palace, we, Lord Rong, and the elders all acted separately and looked for the exits. After arriving, the density of the hallucinatory demonic realm in the demonic palace is very terrifying. Our spirit waves are imprisoned and compressed, so we have no way to meet with Lord Rong and the elders. The answers of the 5 demonic hero slaves were also flawless and impeccable. And in the camp of Xiao Han's plane, the 10 demonic heroes who were the last to be teleported out now all felt as if a lifetime had passed. Almost with tears in their eyes, they poured out what had happened to them to the demonic heroes who were on good terms with them. And soon, these 10 demonic heroes came to Xiao Mingchu's side and whispered to him with gratitude. Brother Xiao, this time, thanks to the help of your pure cloud sex Xiao Han, we can come out alive. My junior brother Xiao Han, how is he now? Why hasn't he been teleported out yet? Xiao Mingchu asked nervously and worriedly. Brother Xiao, don't worry. In the demonic palace, Xiao Han can simply summon the wind and summon the rain. He is all-powerful and fearless. The people of Rong's plane, including many elders and even Rong himself, were all played by Xiao Han in the palm of his hand. The 10 demonic heroes hurriedly told him about how Xiao Han had rescued them and how he had massacred in the demonic palace. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others could only listen to them in a daze and were shocked. As for the pagoda master, the elders, and the ancient giant Yan Qi, they formed a small camp and chatted with each other. That's right. In our plane, only less than 10 people who entered the demonic palace died. The rest of them all came out. Their achievements are brilliant. Their luck is like a rainbow. An elder stroked his beard and smiled. Pagoda Master, according to the description of many demonic heroes who came out of the demonic palace, the immortal weapon in Xiao Han's hand is really invincible. It seems that even Rong has been defeated by Xiao Han again and again. Yan Qi winked at the pagoda master and said. From the corner of his eyes, he kept glancing at the 10 demonic heroes who were surrounding Xiao Mingchu. The eyes of the pagoda master were filled with extreme fanaticism. As for the immortal weapon, I will discuss it with Xiao Han after he comes out. I hope that he will consider the big picture and contribute that immortal weapon. At this moment, boom boom boom, beams of glazed light shot out from within the hallucinatory fiend palace, dyeing a large stretch of space into a beautiful and magnificent sight. The people from Xiao Han's plane and Rong's plane immediately sensed the spiritual waves. They did not know what was happening in the demonic palace and instinctively took a small step back. Suddenly, a clear auditory hallucination appeared in everyone's ears. On the 5th day of the demonic palace, the density of the demonic realm has increased by 40 times and the danger level has increased by 40 times. 1,000 exits, 1 remaining. On the 5th day of the demonic palace, the density of the demonic realm has increased by 40 times and the danger level has increased by 40 times. 1,000 exits, 1 remaining. Inside the demonic palace. Finally, the distance between Xiao Han and Rong was less than 100 meters. On an empty road, the two of them stood facing each other. Finally, they met on a narrow path. Rong, clad in a scaled battle robe, stood tall and proud as he stared intently at Xiao Han. His eyes were scarlet red, as though he was a gambler who had lost everything and wanted to make a comeback in the end. His body was trembling slightly. Xiao Han, standing alone with a calm expression, looked indifferently at Rong. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Rong extended his right index finger and pointed at Xiao Han. You are Xiao Han. Little bastard, you have guts. You've forced me to such an extent. You made me feel unprecedented distress and despair. My elite demon heroes have all been massacred by you. Even many elders have died under your schemes and assassinations. Now, I'm going to pull out your soul and burn it while you're still alive. I'll make you wish you were dead. Has so much nonsense. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Rome, the immortal eye realm has opened the heavenly eye and is invincible. Today, I, Xiao Han, will kill you. I will definitely gain an indescribable accumulation. You will become a stepping stone for me, Xiao Han, to rise. Suddenly, Xiao Han's aura rose to the extreme. It was as if even his body had grown bigger. Pointing to the heavens and stepping on the earth, his heart surged with the conviction of victory. All the true acupoints in his body transmitted a vague throbbing. Chapter 451. Xiao Han and Rong, this pair of archenemies, finally met on a narrow path to fight to the death. However, neither of them made the first move. Rong's spiritual force was firmly locked onto Xiao Han. He used a scrutinizing gaze to size up Xiao Han. His eyes were burning as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han. He wanted to see through all of Xiao Han's secrets. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was silently preparing. The liquid spiritual force star in his sea of consciousness released waves of spiritual force. It merged with this hallucinatory demon palace. As long as Xiao Han willed it, the earth-shattering hallucinatory demon realm would attack Rome. Rome was possessed by the devil. Few strong. Really too strong. At this moment, Xiao Han was facing Rome head-on, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the leader of a powerful plane, someone who stands at the top of the pyramid. Although he has been forced into an extremely difficult situation by me and his aura has fallen greatly, his aura and his bearing are still shocking. I, Xiao Han, am able to fight against such a great character. Before this, it was simply unimaginable. Rome did not use his ultimate technique to attack Xiao Han. He was observing Xiao Han inch by inch. At the next moment, Rome finally spoke. Expanded Meridian Realm. I can see it clearly now. It's the Expanded Meridian Realm. It's definitely the Expanded Meridian Realm. Moreover, from the fluctuations of life, he's only 10 years old. He's not even 100 years old. He's still wet behind the ears. Yes, the Expanded Meridian Realm has expanded very well. Your foundation is very solid. Xiao Han, if I'm not wrong, your Expanded Meridian Realm should be more than 2,000 times, right? This Rong actually spoke with fervor and assurance. His attitude made it seem as if he had Xiao Han firmly in his grasp, and had Xiao Han in his grasp. That's right. Although after entering the hallucinatory demon palace, Rong repeatedly suffered losses in Xiao Han's hands. Being restrained everywhere, Rong was not an ordinary person. Now, he was facing Xiao Han. After carefully analyzing Xiao Han, he discovered Xiao Han's age and cultivation. It was really difficult to pose a threat to him. Thus, the confidence and demeanor of a great character was re-established. Soon, Rong's aura became that of a monarch. Moreover, Rong's aura was completely locked on Xiao Han. As long as Xiao Han made any strange movements, it would trigger Rong's fiercest attack. Under such circumstances, Xiao Han had no way to escape. Without waiting for Xiao Han to reply, Rong continued. When I expanded my acupoints in the past, I expanded them by 1,500 times, but I'm probably not as good as you. However, expanding aperture realm. At the end of the day, you are only building your foundation, not your combat strength. In other words, Xiao Han, you are very weak right now. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. In front of this seat, they are like ants. Heh, Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Yes. My cultivation base is nothing more than an ant in front of you. However, it is also an ant like me who has treated you as a demon hero and an elder of this plane. They fought until they were forced to retreat again and again until they were completely wiped out. It seems like it's really ironic. Rong's face went pale when he heard this, and the veins on his face swelled up while his eyes emitted an expression of deep resentment. Little bastard. You're cunning, humph. You were able to repeatedly assassinate the elites of my plane, it was all a trick. With your cultivation base, even a demon hero of this plane who is at the 9th stage of true chi would be able to kill you. After pausing for a moment, Rong's expression calmed down again. He looked at Xiao Han as if he was looking at a pile of dead things. You can use the hallucinatory demonic realm to turn our people into devils. It seems like your mental strength is strong enough. Moreover, it is highly possible that you are hiding a immortal tool. As he spoke, Rong's eyes were dyed with greed and heat. Immortal tool. And this is the only explanation. Otherwise, no matter how strong your mental strength is, it would be impossible for you to use the hallucinatory demonic realm to successfully assassinate the great elder of this plane, immortal tool. If I can obtain the immortal tool in your hands, I can probably make up for the losses of this plane. Rong muttered to himself. Xiao Han. You are too arrogant. You actually dare to face this seat. Ha 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 ha. Whatever methods you have, just use them all. Right now, this seat will make you wish you were dead. Chaos divine art. Kill for me. Finally, Rong did not continue to be long-winded. All the true chi in his body condensed. A strong immortal aura burst out from his half-immortal body. Countless true talismans exploded from his body, forming all kinds of talisman formations that were constantly being created and destroyed. Almost in an instant, Rong pushed all the true chi and the true meridians in his body to the extreme. He performed a divine secret technique that could destroy heaven and earth, kill people and destroy ghosts, and destroy all living beings. Rong grabbed with his big hand. Countless true chi fell from the sky. The holy song was loud and clear, and the immortal aura was melodious. It fell on the top of Xiao Han's head like a waterfall. As soon as Rong made his move, the void in all directions was torn apart by him. The fragile space was like a window made of paper. It could not resist his hand that covered the sky at all. He tore the void in the air. Immediately, thousands of long river cracks appeared in the depths of the space. Every long river had surging energy. These energies included starlight, Milky Way, nebula, frost, meteorites, flames, lightning. There were even traces of spatial cracks. All kinds of energy seemed to explode the entire world into chaos. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart, order and rules were being destroyed, turning everything into chaos. New rules and order were being established. This level of true chi divine art had already surpassed the quality of most true chi divine arts. It was infinitely close to an immortal art. This was an attack that could destroy the world and descend a natural disaster. The rumbling impact and the aftermath of the attack caused the ground to crack. A river of flames, a river of lightning, a river of aurora, thousands of powerful attacks attacked Xiao Han with the power to destroy the world. At this moment, Rong's arrogance soared to the sky. He was insufferably arrogant and looked down on everyone. He was as tyrannical as a king who had descended on the world. The elegance of a big shot was displayed to its fullest. Violent and tyrannical, unparalleled under the heavens. Who could resist such an attack? Even the tower master of Xiao Han's plane did not have such a method. This Rong did not attack, but once he did, it was as powerful as lightning. No one could stop him. It contained hatred towards Xiao Han, and with powerful energy, methods, tyranny, and the attitude of a monarch, he crushed and destroyed everything that stood in his way. This was Rong, the leader of a powerful plane. He was definitely not some random person. Moreover, this was an attack launched in the hallucinatory demonic realm, where the density was extremely high. Rong's energy was even depleted by a third because he tampered with Xiao Han's body. Without a doubt, if it was outside, Rong would be at his peak state. Such an attack, Xiao Han would not be able to resist at all. Even his thoughts would not be able to keep up. In an instant, he would be blasted into dregs and turned to ashes. It is indeed powerful. This Rong is already an arrow at the end of its flight, but he is still so savage. Even those great elders that I killed, although they were all existences that had opened the heavenly eye, once they met Rong, they would die instantly without any suspense. This was Rong's killing blow. It definitely contained the power to cut off rivers and tear apart continents. It was also fortunate that it was inside the hallucinatory demonic palace. This Rong's attack speed was disrupted by the hallucinatory demonic realm, and it was much slower. Otherwise, my bones would have already turned to ashes now. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, a lot of shock also emerged in Xiao Han's mind. Furthermore, Xiao Han also had self-awareness. He was relying on the environment of the hallucinatory demonic palace. Only then could he contend with Rong. In terms of combat power, he and Rong were really worlds apart. If it was outside the hallucinatory demonic palace, even if Xiao Han made the first move and executed his strongest demonic technique, most likely, he would also be instantly turned around by Rong and directly killed. Xiao Han. A frontal attack. This seat wants to see what you use to block it. After locking onto your position and restricting your mysterious movements, you are just trash. Rong roared savagely. Right now, Rong's attack was like a huge iron hammer descending from the sky and smashing towards an egg. Without a doubt, once it was smashed, the entire egg would explode into pieces. In the split second when Rong's attack was about to hit Xiao Han, the hallucinatory demonic realm that covered the sky was compressed by several times, causing a large area of space to become turbulent and all kinds of illusions to appear. Moreover, the air became unbearably dense. The hallucinatory demonic realm that was compressed was like a lump of paste, tightly wrapping around Rong's killing blow. Slow. The attack that was originally as fast as lightning and a thunderous strike, under the penetration of the hallucinatory demonic realm, actually suddenly slowed down. Xiao Han's eyes and hands were sharp. He moved like a fleeing rabbit and instantly jumped away. Although his figure was in a somewhat sorry state, he still managed to dodge it. What? He actually dodged this seat's all-out attack. Rong's attack that was almost in the bag was actually dodged by Xiao Han, causing him to be shocked. Activating the hallucinatory demonic realm to interfere with this seat's killing blow. This hallucinatory demonic realm is formless and material, pervasive and pervasive. Even true chi can permeate through it. Truly powerful. However, what's even more powerful is that you, Xiao Han, can control the hallucinatory demonic realm as you please. It's as if the hallucinatory demonic realm in this devil palace is a part of your body. How powerful. This seat has seen countless people, but I've never seen such a genius like you. However, although you can control the hallucinatory demonic realm and interfere with this seat's attack, it also consumes a lot of your mental strength, right? In the end, you will still die. There's no suspense. Rong Aol roared. It's my turn to attack. After Xiao Han dodged Rong's killing blow, he didn't have the slightest bit of negligence. At the critical moment, his mental strength once again wrapped around the hallucinatory demonic realm that was nearly 10,000 meters in circumference. He instantly compressed it and directly enveloped Rong. All of a sudden, between heaven and earth, a kind of earthen yellow color emerged. In the next moment, the center of this earthen yellow color suddenly exploded. A earthen yellow snake head rose up like a giant dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and viciously swallowed Rong. Of course, this was not the real snake head. It was an illusion formed by the hallucinatory demonic realm. Boom! Suddenly, this earthen yellow snake head with protruding horns scuttled into Rong's brain. As if he was filled with wisdom. Puchi. In Rong's brain, a strange sound burst out. All of his movements actually came to a halt. All the true chi attacks were instantly affected and vanished like smoke in thin air. Enter the devil state for this young master. Xiao Han roared sternly. Rong. A leading figure of a powerful plane. This young master will slaughter. Obtain accumulation. Oh. Relying on this move to make my plane's people succumb to the devil state and die one after another? Suddenly, Rong's facial expression became ferocious. As expected, after a large amount of hallucinatory demonic realm is compressed and directly poured into the brain and sea of consciousness, even those great elders of this plane can't bear it. Xiao Han successfully used the hallucinatory demonic realm to bombard Rong's sea of consciousness, just like how he dealt with the evil hero and the elders of Rong's plane before. If there was no accident, Rong's movement would be completely confined. He could only activate his spirit and soul to resist the hallucinatory demonic realm. After losing the ability to resist, he would be refined alive by Xiao Han. Boiling a frog in warm water. However, on Rong's face, there was actually a fearless expression. This seat has been thinking about how to deal with this move of yours for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Immortal chi energy. Burn for this seat. Boom, from every pore and cell of Rong's body, immortal chi rushed out, rolling like smoke. Thousands of strands of immortal chi curled up and all seeped into the heavenly eye in between Rong's eyebrows. All of a sudden, Rong's heaven eye burst forth with boundless brilliance and magnificence. All of a sudden, all the immortal chi poured into Rong's sea of consciousness through the heavenly eye and began to repel the hallucinatory demonic realm that attacked Rong's sea of consciousness. Rong's facial expression became incomparably calm, and insufferably arrogant. Idiot. This seat has the body of a half-immortal. Do you think that it's so easy to be possessed by the devil? What an idiot. This seat's body contains immortal chi. By burning this immortal chi and merging it into the sea of consciousness, it can strengthen the spirit and protect the soul. Ha 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 ha. You probably think that since you can make the great elders of this plane to be possessed by the devil, you can certainly make this seat to be possessed by the devil too, right? Ha 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 ha. Really funny. Yes, the 6 great elders who died in your hands had the same realm as this seat. They all opened 101 true acupoints and opened the heavenly eye. Once they opened the heavenly eye, they could see the immortal chi between heaven and earth and collect the immortal chi to condense their body and cultivate the body of a half-immortal. But, this seat opened the heavenly eye thousands of years earlier than the 6 great elders. Ha 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 ha. In this plane, at least 70% of the immortal chi was absorbed by this seat. The 6 great elders only divided the remaining 30% of the immortal chi together. Ha ha ha, this seat's immortal body, as well as the immortal chi energy stored in my body, far surpassed the 6 great elders. This seat consumes the immortal chi to make this seat maintain the purity of my soul and not be possessed by the devil. Xiao Han, your time of death has come. Chapter 452. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, you scum. Why aren't you dead yet? Rong burst into hysterical laughter, tears bursting out from his eyes. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in the ethereal immortal chi. Sacred light crisscrossed, and his mind was clear and bright. The hallucinatory demonic realm that had infiltrated his consciousness was forcibly dispelled, and even purified. Xiao Han, your expanded aperture realm cultivation is worse than an ant. Your only trump card is to use the hallucinatory demonic realm to kill with a borrowed knife. But now, this seat completely ignores these hallucinatory demonic realm. My mind is clear and my mind is clear. This seat would like to see what other tricks you have. Ha 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 ha. Vengeance. This seat will crush you bit by bit, inch by inch. Revenge for the outstanding talents of my plane. When this seat leaves this hallucinatory demonic palace and reaches the outside, I will definitely force you to reveal the coordinates of that trash plane and personally lead an army to suppress it. All the females of your plane will be reduced to the lowest level prostitutes. All the males of your plane will be killed into dregs. All the living beings of your plane will be used as a blood sacrifice for the many talents of my plane that have passed away. This Rong, compared to those great elders killed by Xiao Han, was much, much stronger. The immortal chi stored in his body was too abundant. Xiao Han suddenly stopped moving. His entire body did not move an inch as he looked at Rong indifferently and muttered. Really difficult to deal with. Looks like I can only use my final trump card. What? Xiao Han. You are actually so calm. What a joke, your life is like a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by this seat. You are still pretending to be mysterious? Really stubborn. Rong laughed sinisterly and pointed at Xiao Han. Now, it is useless even if you deliberately act mysterious. You will die without a doubt. No one in this world can save you. Rong did not believe that Xiao Han could turn the tables. The difference in strength between both sides was too great. There was no possibility of turning the tables. Xiao Han, the only thing you can rely on is the hallucinatory demonic realm in this devil palace. Right now, the hallucinatory demonic realm is ineffective against this seat. You are as anxious as a stray dog. Accept your fate. Rong's arrogance was extremely arrogant. And Xiao Han. Pfft. Do you really think that my trump card is only this hallucinatory magic realm? Wrong. Suddenly, the corner of Xiao Han's mouth pulled into a cold smile. His eyes flashed with extreme excitement and eagerness. Keng, the crisp sound of a blade being unsheathed rang out from Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han's temperament. It began to rise steadily. Become sharp. Become cold. He became like a king. Overlooking the world. He had an ominous premonition. It instantly seized Rong. Hong, a heaven-defying saber aura soared into the sky from Xiao Han's body. His great accomplishment stage saber intent was instantly brewed to the extreme. Yes, Xiao Han's true trump card. It wasn't just the hallucinatory bewitching realm, but saber intent. To put it simply, the power of saber intent was closely related to two aspects. First, saber intent and one's own realm. Xiao Han's saber intent was at the great accomplishment stage. 2. The strength of his mental energy. Xiao Han cultivated the extinguishing sky decimating earth mental technique and cultivated to the 19th set of mental finger technique. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness was thick and viscous, almost solidifying, causing every drop of mental energy to be as heavy as a mountain. At this moment, Xiao Han had almost drained all the mental energy in his sea of consciousness and added it to the great accomplishment stage saber intent. Suddenly, a white light that was as dense as fog seeped out from Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Rays of light, auspicious air, heavenly flowers fell, hymns flew. At the same time, Xiao Han's eyes also became domineering and sharp, revealing his sharp edge and penetrating everything. The air of a king gushed out unrestrainedly. Pooh! 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 Wisps of saber intents were emitted from the white light and exploded in the sky like a divine glow. In an instant, a huge formation of saber intents appeared in the sky. Saber immortals, saber sovereigns, and saber artists could be seen walking in it. The saber chi traversed tens of thousands of miles, slaughtering the heavens, destroying the ages, and destroying the universe. The next moment, the saber light that filled the sky condensed into a natal saber chi with a radius of several meters and a length of several hundred meters. It also contained Xiao Han's mental energy, shining like a pillar. With a whoosh, with the speed of light, it suddenly slashed towards Rong. This saber chi cut through the void, killing gods and ghosts, slaying demons and immortals. Its speed surpassed light. The saber chi cut through the sky, indestructible, and shook violently, causing the heavens and earth to resonate. The saber chi cut through the entire hallucinatory demon palace, causing countless illusions to explode. Ashes and smoke dispersed. The hallucinatory demon palace, which was formed purely from the hallucinatory demon realm, had large areas of destruction, showing the smell of fragmentation. The airflow between heaven and earth fluctuated wildly. Where the saber chi vibrated, tornadoes appeared, piercing through the void, destroying all 6 paths. Humans and beasts were not spared. What? Natal saber chi? All of a sudden, Rong screamed in shock. His hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine. Every pore on his body was invaded by the saber chi, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the blink of an eye, Rong activated his life potential. In his third eye, the immortal aura surged like tides. His movements were unbelievably fast. With a slight shake of his body, a shadow was left behind. At the critical moment, he dodged the saber chi that was faster than the speed of light. This dodge seemed simple, but in fact, it consumed Rong Hai's immortal chi. It was almost a life-saving dodge, and he was in a sorry state. However, whoosh, then, something strange happened. The natal saber chi that Rong had dodged and brushed past him suddenly changed direction. This natal saber chi, as if it had a mind of its own, turned around and slashed towards Rong from behind. One should know that the natal saber chi had been strengthened by Xiao Han's mental energy, which was equivalent to a part of Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han could control it as he pleased, as if it was his own arm. He could change direction at will, and turn around at will. It was very mysterious. This time, Rong could no longer dodge. Roar! Bastard! Little bastard! Rong let out an unwilling and desperate howl like a wild beast that was on the verge of extinction. The next moment, puff, the natal saber chi swept across Rong's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the lingering aura of the saber chi swarmed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like tired birds returning to their nests. Xiao Han's face was extremely pale, and his eyelids were as heavy as lead. He was on the verge of collapsing. One should know that this slash was aimed at an almost invincible figure. Xiao Han could not be allowed to make any mistake. He must kill him with one strike. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future, and he might be killed instead. Therefore, this slash had used up all of Xiao Han's natal saber chi and mental energy to execute this slash with all his might. After this slash, Xiao Han felt as if he was hollowed out and wanted to fall asleep. As for Rong, he stood still and looked at Xiao Han indifferently. What a powerful saber intent! I have never seen such a dazzling sight. Such a brilliant slash. In the sky and on the ground. There shouldn't be such a slash. But I didn't expect. Xiao Han, you actually executed such a slash. It seems that your mental energy is really too terrifying. It's beyond my imagination. Sigh. I really didn't expect a head-on confrontation. I will still die in your hands. Shockingly. I still can't accept this. In this hallucinatory devil palace, I am affected by the interference of the hallucinatory devil realm. My attack power is greatly weakened, causing my battle strength to be less than half of my peak. If we were outside, Xiao Han, you wouldn't be able to kill me. If we were outside, the one who would die would definitely be you. Xiao Han, do you admit it? Oh, Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders. Yes. I admit that if we weren't in this hallucinatory devil palace, even if my saber intent was mighty, I definitely wouldn't be able to kill you. You could kill me with one finger. But there aren't so many ifs in this world. Winner takes all, loser takes all. Death is death. Winner takes all? Death is death? Rong let out a miserable laugh. Pooh. 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 Immediately after, firecracker-like sounds rang continuously from Tsong Rong's body. In an instant, his body was densely covered with tens of thousands of saber scars. Finally, bang. Rong's body exploded into a pile of minced meat and powder. Even the true chi spirit stones and treasures stored in his true acupoints were all cut and shattered. I finally killed a great figure. It wasn't easy. This great accomplishment saber intent is indeed matchless and invincible. It can even cut the body of a half-immortal. But it consumed too much of my strength. Once Rong died, Xiao Han collapsed from exhaustion and suddenly fell down. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's temperament was even more stable. The true acupoints in his body were even more smooth and flawless. Killing Rong Rong allowed Xiao Han to obtain indescribable accumulation and benefits. 1 hour later, Xiao Han finally let out a sigh of relief. He was not in a hurry to leave this hallucinatory devil palace. Instead, he sat cross-legged and looked down. Both of his hands formed a seal and absorbed the hallucinatory devil realm that was wandering around him to replenish his lost mental strength. At the same time, Xiao Han was also evaluating and concluding. Seriously speaking, it wasn't my natal saber chi that could cut Rong Rong's half-immortal body with one slash. The reason why I killed him so easily was because he did something to my body and locked onto my life aura fluctuation, which consumed some of my energy. Then, I activated the hallucinatory devil realm and blasted it into his sea of consciousness. He had no choice but to consume his immortal chi energy to avoid being possessed by the devil. After all, his consumption was too great. Forget it, I don't care so much. I will take a good rest for a few hours to recover my mental strength and physical strength. Then, I will leave this devil palace. After a few days of cultivation in this devil palace, I have gained a lot. It has laid a solid foundation for me to enter the genius zone. Now, I have some capital to compete with the geniuses from other planes. Outside the hallucinatory devil palace. At this moment, the hundreds of evil heroes in Rong's camp were in a state of chaos. And the evil heroes on Xiao Han's side were in a state of shock and speechlessness. What? There's only one exit left? Our many elders, our many evil hero companions, and the great Lord Rong, they. Could it be that they will be trapped in the hallucinatory devil palace? Roar! The evil heroes on Rong's side all looked as if they had lost their parents. There's only one exit left. Xiao Mingchu couldn't help but look worried. This is a little dangerous. I don't know if the last one to come out will it be junior brother Xiao Han? Chapter 453. At this time, outside the hallucinatory devil palace, there was a complete uproar. Especially the people of Rong's side, except for Xiao Han's 5 slaves, all of them were grimacing in pain, scared out of their wits, and lost their composure. What's going on? Why is there only one exit left? There are 1,000 exits. Why is it like this? Only a few hundred people have been teleported out from our side and that trash plane. There should be hundreds of exits left. Why is there only one? Is there a mistake? There must be a mistake. Otherwise, it's impossible. With Lord Rong's means, he is almost invincible, and all the great elders are powerful figures. The hallucinatory devil palace can't stop them. There must be a mistake. The chivalrous people of Rong's side all screamed at the same time. They couldn't accept the fact that there was only one exit left. Gradually, their tone was full of doubt. And Xiao Han sighed, Tower Master, if there is only one exit left, there is a mistake in the calculation of the number of people teleported out. 1,000 exits will not disappear automatically. For every person teleported out, there will only be one exit that disappears. Less than 200 people teleported out from our side, and less than 200 people on Rong's side. There should be more than 600 exits left. Could it be that the exit has been destroyed and there is only one left? This is equivalent to breaking the rules of the hallucinatory devil palace. This is against the natural order. An elder said to the Tower Master in fear and trepidation. Suddenly, a few chivalrous people walked over slowly. These few chivalrous people had been kidnapped by Rong as hostages to lure Xiao Han into the trap. One of the chivalrous people lowered his voice and said to the Tower Master, it's Xiao Han who did it. Xiao Han can destroy the exit. Xiao Han can not only use the hallucinatory devil realm to kill the people on Rong's side, but also he can destroy the exit unscrupulously. We have stayed in the hallucinatory devil palace for a few days, and we are very clear about these things. Ah! The Tower Master screamed out, and then quickly glanced at the chivalrous people on Rong's side with the corner of his eyes, and quickly fell silent. Then, he spoke in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. If that's the case, then, all the elders of the Rome Plain will be buried in the illusory Devil Palace. There's only one exit left. They, even if they are still alive, they won't be able to come out. It's too horrifying. Even I can't calm down. There are so many elders. There were also a few elders who had opened their heaven eyes. Just like that, he died in Xiao Han's hands. What kind of immortal artifact does it have? Within the hallucinatory demon palace. After several hours of recuperation, eating and refining a large amount of hallucinatory magic mirror, Xiao Han's mental energy had already recovered to its original state. His physical strength had also reached its peak. He felt refreshed. Spirit reaches to the rainbow. The only flaw was that his natal saber chi had yet to be completely replenished. The saber strike that killed Xiao Rong nearly drained all of Xiao Han's life saber chi. After several hours of recuperation, Xiao Han's life saber chi had only recovered about 20 to 30%. Xiao Chen's life saber chi recovered rather slowly. All right. Let's go out. Now that we've dealt with this powerful enemy, I'm sure that the people from our plane will not encounter any more obstacles on the way to the space springboard. Xiao Han stretched his body. He strode forward with large strides towards the last exit. As he walked, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. After reaching the space springboard, we'll be able to teleport to the Genius Zone as we wish. The day of the opening of the Genius Zone is getting closer and closer. I wonder how many influential figures of the planes will gather in the Genius Zone. I wonder what kind of immortal artifacts there are in the Genius Zone. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Han was familiar with the way and finally arrived at the last exit. Get out. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and stepped into the exit. The stable power of spatial teleportation immediately wrapped around Xiao Han and pulled him slightly, causing him to enter the teleportation state. At the same time, the exit began to close and disappear. The entire hallucinatory magic palace. Rumble. 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 Disintegrate. Melt. Dissipate. Collapse. Outside the hallucinatory magic palace. The people of Rome's plain and Xiao Han's plain were clearly divided. They were all discussing among themselves and the situation was rather tense. At this moment, boom. 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 The hallucinatory magic palace not far away collapsed. It turned into many hallucinatory demonic boundaries and completely disintegrated. The sky was filled with auspicious light, beautiful luster, and rosy clouds. The huge hallucinatory devil palace seemed like it was about to completely dissipate. What? The hallucinatory magic palace is starting to disintegrate? The heroes of Rome's plain and Xiao Han's plain were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the same time, an auditory hallucination resounded in everyone's ears. The hallucinatory magic palace has been destroyed. 1,000 exits have all disappeared. The hallucinatory magic palace has been destroyed. 1,000 exits have all disappeared. As the auditory hallucination dissipated, the entire hallucinatory magic palace turned into streaks of scattered hallucinatory magic realm and flew in all directions like ribbons. Rong. Lord Rong and the elders? What happened? Where are they? Where are our people? I can't see them. We still have hundreds of people in the Devil Palace. Now that the Devil Palace has been destroyed, why are our people gone? Where did they go? The heroes of Rome's plain were now all screaming in horror. They kept rubbing their eyes and staring at the location of the Devil Palace that had been disintegrated into thousands of strands and was covered with clouds and rosy clouds. They didn't see anyone. They didn't even see a ghost. Rome. Lord Rome. Some of the heroes let out a sorrowful cry, and some evil and ominous premonition surged in their hearts. And the 5 slaves of Xiao Han were also communicating with each other through spiritual waves. It seems that Master has won a great victory. Let's not talk about Rome for the time being. Now, all the great elders and elders should have been killed by Master. Could it be? Could it be that the so-called invincible Rome also died in the hands of Master? Very likely. There is only one exit left, but we can all clearly feel Master's breath of life. Master left an imprint in our souls. If Master meets with an accident, this brand will disappear. But at this moment, the brand that Master planted in our souls is still unforgettable and has not dissipated at all. It can be seen that Master is definitely still alive. If Master is still alive, it is very likely that Rome has already been killed by Master. Master is too strong. I don't know what method he used to kill the insufferably arrogant Rome, and the camp of the heroes of Shao Han's plain, the hallucinatory demon palace is gone. Where is junior brother Shao Han? Why don't I see junior brother Shao Han coming out? Xiao Mingqiu focused his eyes and looked over. For a moment, he did not find a figure coming out of the hallucinatory demon palace that had disappeared. Shao Han will be fine. A large group of heroes who had received Shao Han's kindness all shouted in unison. At this moment, boom! The power of space exploded in the chaotic hallucinatory demon realm. Then, a human figure. It gradually appeared. And it quickly stabilized in the space. Someone was teleported out. Yes. However, only one person was teleported out. Yes, it's one person. Why is there only one person? Many heroes of Rome's plain and Shao Han's plain shouted at the first moment. Phew, I'm finally out. Shao Han gradually stabilized his body. Then, he dusted off the dust on his robe and looked up. He saw the people of his plain not far away. Shao Han saw big senior brother Xiao Mingqiu, the ancient giant Luo Tianyu, the tower master, the ancient giant Yan Qi, and the familiar faces that he had rescued from the hallucinatory demon palace. All of a sudden, Shao Han felt as if he had been in a different world, immediately. Shao Han controlled his true qi and crossed the void, walking towards the camp of his plain. As he walked, Shao Han's spiritual wave naturally spread out. Suddenly, Shao Han's body shook. He only felt that his spiritual wave, in this stable space, could actually cover an area of 1,000,000 miles. Within a range of 1,000,000 miles, nothing could escape the detection of Shao Han's spiritual wave. After leaving the hallucinatory demon palace, Shao Han's spiritual wave became extremely sharp, and he could observe everything down to the smallest detail. Moreover, he had a feeling of contentment, unrestrained, and no longer being restrained by anything. It felt very good. After coming out of the hallucinatory demon palace, my spiritual force no longer suffered any interference or pressure. Naturally, I can release it as I wish. Shao Han was well aware of this. At this moment, in the camp of Shao Han's plain, many demons, the tower master, and many elders had clearly seen Shao Han. In an instant, cheers and shouts of joy erupted from the camp. The atmosphere was heated and boiling. Shao Han. It's Shao Han. Shao Han is out. Ha 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 ha. Our benefactor, in the end, managed to escape from the hallucinatory demon palace unscathed. The only remaining exit was obtained by the young demon with the most potential in our plain, Shao Han. The hallucinatory demon palace has collapsed. In other words, Rong and those tyrannical elders have all died? And over at Rong's side, there was absolute silence. Each and every one of them felt their hair stand on end, and they were as silent as cicadas in winter. They looked at Shao Han with their mouths agape, and their throats gurgled, but they could not speak. In the next moment, the hallucinatory demon realm that was broken down by the Devil Palace began to evaporate and disappear completely. Rong. Lord Rong. Lord Rong and the elders and many of our companions still haven't come out. Only a young man came out from that trash plane. The Devil Palace is gradually disappearing. Lord Rong and the others, all the demons from Rong's plane were now in a state where they were about to collapse. They had a premonition that something disastrous and terrifying was about to happen. Xiao Han walked to the side of his eldest senior brother, Xiao Mingqiu, and laughed loudly. Eldest senior brother, I'm out too. Ha ha ha. Now we can set off to that space springboard. Ha ha ha. I think we can still make it in time, right? Xiao Mingqiu said in a daze. We can. In the hallucinatory demon palace, 10 days is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. We should hurry to the space springboard now, and then teleport to the genius zone. If the journey is smooth, the genius zone will not open before we arrive. Junior brother Xiao Han, where are Rong and the elders of his plane now? Xiao Mingqiu's voice was trembling when he asked. All of them have fallen. Xiao Han lowered his voice and said. Hearing this, Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others almost fainted. At this moment, ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. Suddenly, the pagoda master led a few elders towards Xiao Han. Their faces were full of joy, but deep in their eye sockets, there was a flame of greed flashing. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. Soon, the pagoda master and the elders surrounded Xiao Han. Xiao Han. You're indeed a young hero. You've made a great contribution for this plane. I know very well that if it wasn't for you, many of our demons would have been trapped in the hallucinatory demon palace. Ha ha ha, if it wasn't for you holding back Rong and the elders of his plane, once they were teleported out, a one-sided battle would have broken out. We would never be able to defeat the experts of Rong's plane. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, this is a first-class contribution. Reward according to your contribution. Don't worry, I will definitely reward you according to your contribution. When this matter in the genius zone is over and we return to this plane, I will definitely reward you greatly. I will make you bring honor to your ancestors. Moreover, the entire Pure Rain sect will also rise to the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Oh. I'm just doing my best. Xiao Han casually said. He felt that every move of the pagoda master seemed to have a purpose. It seemed like he was here to reward Xiao Han's merit, but in fact, it was not that simple. After a pause, the pagoda master said to Xiao Han in a soft voice. Xiao Han, hand over your immortal artifact. Give it to this plane. Bring benefit to this plane. Chapter 454. Celestial Weapon. Xiao Han was dumbfounded by the pagoda master's words. With a blank expression, he blurted out the question. What celestial weapon? The moment these words left his mouth, one of the 12 elders surrounding Xiao Han, other than the pagoda master, revealed a disdainful and mocking smile on his face as he shouted. All right, Xiao Han, no one here is an outsider, so there's no need to hide anything. Whatever grudges you had in the past, you should let go of them now. When we go out, the demon heroes of our plane, from top to bottom, should unite as one. We should work together as one. Only then will we be able to overcome the difficulties and cross the river together. Xiao Han, you definitely have an immortal artifact. We are all smart people. Don't pretend to be ignorant. Oh. Xiao Han was not a stupid person. When he heard the elder's words, he naturally knew what was going on. All right. This bunch of trash actually thinks I have a celestial weapon so I can sweep through the illusory devil palace. Now they're shameless enough to ask for a celestial weapon from me. They're too shameless. Xiao Han's expression immediately turned cold. Without batting an eyelid, he looked at the pagoda master and the elders. The elder began to speak non-stop. Xiao Han, we all know your cultivation level. We also have a rough idea of your demonic arts and battle prowess. Logically, it's impossible for you to do as you please in the illusory devil palace, kill the people from the Rome realm, break the rules of the illusory devil palace, and destroy the exit. I'll be frank. I'm sure you have a celestial weapon. Moreover, it's very likely to be a supreme-grade celestial weapon that can increase one's spiritual energy. What do you think? I'm right, right? Take it out and contribute it to the realm. What do you think? Another elder joined in and said with a fake smile, that's right. Xiao Han, take out the celestial weapon. Xiao Han, listen to me. I've always been a person of reason and not of kinship. I'm very fair. That's right, Xiao Han, you relied on this immortal artifact to turn the tide and force the Rong plane to retreat again and again. Even the Rong plane itself was probably trapped in the demon palace and died. It was you, Xiao Han, who created such a great achievement. Your hard work and contributions are great, no one can go and erase you. However, a celestial weapon. It was too heaven-defying. Especially in the legends. An immortal artifact that focused on mental power. Its value was immeasurable. With this celestial artifact, our entire plane will transform. From being weak, they had become rich and powerful. However, Xiao Han. To be fair and impartial, things like immortal artifacts are not things that you can control. After all, your cultivation realm is still too low. Opening aperture realm. Your foundation is still lacking. You can't control it. Moreover, an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. Once the secret that you have an immortal artifact in your hands is exposed, you will not be able to escape. I'm afraid you'll be harmed instead. Even your family and sect will be implicated. This kind of immortal artifact can only fall into the hands of our elders' council. Only when it fell into the hands of the pagoda master could it be considered as having an owner. Xiao Han, you're still young. You don't have the tolerance and virtue to control an immortal artifact. Moreover, you're far from being able to unleash the might of an immortal artifact. Xiao Han, think about it. With your cultivation realm and the immortal artifact in your hand, you're already able to defeat Rong and the many elders under him. So, what if you hand this immortal artifact to the pagoda master? With his immortal eye realm and supreme heaven eye realm, what will happen? Another elder said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. With the immortal artifact in his hand, the pagoda master will definitely be invincible. He'll conquer countless planes and achieve 1,000 years of hegemony. The 12 elders surrounded Xiao Han and started barking at him. Because the temptation of an immortal artifact was too great. Mortals simply couldn't resist this kind of temptation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the value of an immortal artifact was more valuable than the value of a plane or even several planes combined. Xiao Han, the ancient giant Yan Qi, also walked over from afar. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Xiao Han, previously in the Devil Palace, it's all thanks to you that I was able to escape unscathed. I, Yan Qi, am very grateful to you for this. When we return to the plane, I will definitely repay you. However, the matter of an immortal artifact is not a small matter. It must not be handled carelessly. It concerns the future prosperity of our plane. With this immortal artifact, our competitiveness in the genius zone will definitely increase. Xiao Han, take it out. Give it out. You were born in this plane and grew up in this plane. Your rise today is partly due to your own talent and partly due to the plane's nurturing. Now that you've grown up, you should also nurture the plane. Give the immortal artifact to the pagoda master. Your cultivation realm is too low. It's a waste for the immortal artifact to be in your hands. Moreover, you have many techniques from the demon race. Demons and immortals are like dragons and tigers. The immortal artifact is not beautiful in your hands. Xiao Han, take out the immortal artifact. Xiao Han, take out the immortal artifact. Xiao Han, take out the immortal artifact. For a moment, the 12 elders and the ancient giant Yan Qi surrounded Xiao Han and tried to persuade him. All of them sounded as if they were trying to reason with Xiao Han, but in reality, there was a hint of threat in their words. The pagoda master remained silent and looked at Xiao Han with a playful expression. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the others were pushed to the periphery. For a moment, they did not know what was going on. The demons of the Rong plane were petrified. They looked at the hallucinatory demonic palace and the beautiful hallucinatory demonic realm that was gradually dissipating like fireworks. Rome. Lord Rome. All elders, the demons of the Rome plane seemed to be possessed. They murmured in a daze, Rome. Lord Rome. All the elders will definitely come out. They all have half-immortal bodies. They are invincible in the secular world. It's impossible for them to be trapped in the Devil Palace. At this moment, Xiao Han was completely enraged. Xiao Han was besieged by the Tower Master and a group of elders, all of whom were asking for the so-called immortal treasure. This caused his blood to boil, and his face to flush with excitement. This was simply too much. If it was not for Xiao Han, most of the demons of this plane, including Yan Qi, would have died in the hallucinatory demonic palace. It was impossible for them to survive. Now, Xiao Han had saved the entire plane with his own strength. After coming out, not only did he not treat them with sincerity, but he even schemed against each other and wanted a foot when given an inch. Even a clay figurine would have some anger. Let alone Xiao Han, who had always been unrestrained. Right now, Xiao Han was completely enraged. His heart was filled with rage, and his killing intent was wild and violent. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han laughed maniacally out of anger. Celestial artifact? Celestial artifact? How ridiculous. Let's not talk about whether, Xiao Han, have a celestial artifact or not. Even if I do, what right do you have to demand it from me? Idiot. They actually created such a big scene to coerce and bribe me. You really repay kindness with evil. Ask yourselves, if it was not for me, Xiao Han, taking responsibility, would all of you still be alive? You would have been killed by Rome. Now you dare to show off in front of me. Money moves people's hearts. Even antiques like you who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years cannot avoid greed. However, you are too stupid. Celestial artifacts are heaven-defying, and the value of any celestial artifact is unimaginable. It is even related to the important matter of becoming an immortal. Since that is the case, why should I, Xiao Han, hand over the celestial artifact to you for nothing? Do you really think that I, Xiao Han, am 3 years old? All of you, get lost. Get lost far away. Are all of your heads clamped by a door? Get lost. Xiao Han actually began to curse in public. This was intolerable. The scolding caused the elders to be dumbfounded. They had been in high positions in this plane for a long time, and they had never been scolded by the demons of this plane. Even the pagoda master rarely spoke ill of them. This was the first time they were scolded by a young boy in front of them. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Han scolded coldly, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Qi. Yan Qi, you get lost too. I saved your dog life, and you still dare to be so noisy in front of me? Get lost. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Xiao Han's words seemed to have frozen the entire place. The originally blue and calm space suddenly felt a chill run down the spines of the elders, Yan Qi, and the rest. A murderous aura lingered around each of them. Finally, an elder with bulging veins on his face roared with a murderous aura and an ominous glint in his eyes. How dare you? Xiao Han. How dare you? You evil creature. All along, you have been ignorant and incompetent. You secretly colluded with the demons and learned their skills. Let's not talk about that. Last time at the Yinxia Tower, you fought and killed countless innocent demons. You have no respect for the law. Just this crime alone is enough to exterminate your entire clan. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. You should have exterminated your entire clan with no luck. However, the elders and the pagoda master were magnanimous and pardoned you. They even gave you the right to go to the genius zone. Not only did you not feel grateful and contribute to the plane, but you were also overbearing. Instead, you were aggressive. You have a celestial artifact. Hand it over now because you are a sinner. Only by handing over the celestial artifact can you make up for your sins. I will kill you all. Finally, Xiao Han's murderous intent exploded without restraint. His blood was boiling, and his murderous intent could not be suppressed. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, we know a thing or two about that celestial artifact of yours. Your cultivation realm is too low. Therefore, you can only use the celestial artifact and use the hallucinatory demonic realm to make people lose their minds and kill themselves. However, this huge space is very calm, and there is no sign of the hallucinatory demonic realm. You even said that you would kill us? What an idiot. After being humiliated by Xiao Han, Yan Qi's eyes turned ferocious. He completely forgot about Xiao Han's kindness and roared, the celestial artifact is invincible, but it is restricted in your hands. Without the hallucinatory demonic realm, you can't use the celestial artifact at all. You still want to kill us? Let's see how you are going to kill us. Chapter 455. Xiao Han did not expect that after he left the hallucinatory demon palace, before he had the chance to clash with the remnants of the Rome plane, he would fall out with the higher-ups of his plane. However, Xiao Han did not plan to feign civility. After the training in the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han's heart was no longer the same as before. It was extremely tenacious. Moreover, he had cultivated the extinguishing sky and earth mental technique to the 19th set of mental finger techniques. His saber intent had soared, and the power of his natal saber qi could cut through ghosts and gods and destroy all living things. He also had a supreme demonic technique. All these made Xiao Han fearless. He was confident that he could deal with the elders and even the pagoda master. Moreover, Xiao Han knew that the pagoda master and the elders were all clones. Their real bodies were still suppressed in the Yaoxia pagoda. In terms of true battle power, in a stable space, without the hallucinatory demonic realm to use, Xiao Han believed that he was not a match for the tower master at his peak. He was also not a match for these elders. However, this was referring to their true bodies. Xiao Han still had some confidence in dealing with their clones. In his sea of consciousness, the natal saber qi in the liquid mind power planet had recovered by 40%. Yan Qi, you're just a level 9 true qi cultivator. How dare you jump out here? You're courting death. Do you know? Since you keep saying that you want me to kill you, then come out and face me. See if I dare to kill you or not. I don't care if I can kill you or not. Xiao Han no longer had any apprehensions. The evil heroes around him, such as Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu, did not know what was going on. They wanted to intervene but did not know what to do. Humph. Yan Qi was furious. He was about to step out and fight Xiao Han. At this moment, shut up. The pagoda leader's voice could finally be heard as he took a step forward. His face was filled with a dignified and righteous aura. All of you, be polite to Xiao Han. Yan Qi, you said that if it wasn't for Xiao Han, you would have died in the hallucinatory demon palace. How dare you disrespect Xiao Han? You're too presumptuous. Yes, the pagoda master is right, Yan Qi said. And you guys. The pagoda master glanced at the 12 elders. Xiao Han's contributions to this realm are greater than his mistakes. I have already forgiven him for his mistakes in front of the demon hero pagoda. Now, you are bringing up the past again. How absurd. Listen up, from now on, if anyone dares to criticize or offend Xiao Han, this seat will not forgive them. That's right, the celestial artifact belonged to Xiao Han. No one had the right to covet or take it away from him. An immortal artifact is so precious. There's no reason for Xiao Han to give it up for nothing. Ta Ming's impassioned speech rendered the 12 elders speechless. Xiao Han, don't be angry. The immortal artifact is yours. There is no doubt about that. With that, the pagoda master looked at Xiao Han with a pleasant expression. As for Xiao Han, he didn't think much of it. TSK, the 12 elders played the bad cop, and the pagoda master came out to play the bad cop. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. However, do you think I, Xiao Han, am someone you can fool? Xiao Han, what do you think about this? We are currently in the vast universe. The journey to the genius zone is very difficult and full of thorns. It's hard to predict whether we will be lucky or not when we reach the genius zone. The pagoda master looked at Xiao Han sincerely. Xiao Han, lend me the celestial artifact temporarily. The power of this celestial artifact in my hands will definitely be extraordinary. Xiao Han, don't worry. I'm only borrowing it temporarily. I'll definitely return it to you. How about this, Xiao Han? When your true qi cultivation base improves again so that you can control this celestial artifact perfectly, I'll return it to you. What do you think? Xiao Han was completely speechless after hearing the pagoda master's words. Borrow? He's trying to find a way to ask for it. Shameless beyond belief. Shameless beyond belief. In a split second, Xiao Han's mind was filled with many thoughts. It seems like these elders and the pagoda master have made up their minds to covet the so-called celestial artifact in my possession. Threats, promises, and all kinds of methods are endless. If I refuse them, I'll be entangled with them along the way. Now that I'm going to the genius zone, I can't possibly kill all of them and go there alone, can I? If that's the case, I might not even be able to get a place to enter the genius zone. That surname Sua will use a thunderous method to kill one of them in front of everyone to make an example out of them. Establishing prestige. A thought emerged in his mind. Kill to establish prestige. However, at this moment, that young man. Suddenly, hundreds of demons from the Rong Plain shouted at Xiao Han at the same time. Then, they swarmed towards him like a swarm of bees. How dare you! Some of the demons from Xiao Han's plane immediately got into formation and confronted them. Are you going to humiliate and bully us? Humph. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu took a step forward together. Pagoda Master? The 12 elders looked displeased. However, they did not act rashly. Then, they looked at the Pagoda Master with inquiring eyes. Pagoda Master, none of the elders from the Rong Plain are left. They are just a group of demons. There are not many at the 9th level of true qi. Most of them are at the 8th level of true qi. If they truly dare to reach for a yard after taking an inch, we'll seize this opportunity to massacre them too. Several elders said, becoming restless. That's right. Without the Rong Plain and dozens of elders, there were less than 200 demons. With the Pagoda Master here, Xiao Han's plane could still control the situation. Thus, these elders were fearless. Of course, if the other party had Rong Plain, these elders could only tuck their tails between their legs. However, the Pagoda Master quickly glanced at Xiao Han and immediately said in a low voice. Don't act rashly. Let's see what they want. Soon, the survivors of the Rong Plain, nearly 200 Yao Xia, flew over and formed a camp. One of the leaders, who was at the 9th level of true qi, pointed at Xiao Han. Young man, come out. We have something to ask you. Oh. Xiao Han's expression changed. He could not help but lick his lips. I just wanted to kill someone to establish my dominance. I didn't expect that someone would come to me eagerly. It's really a pillow when I'm sleepy. As his thoughts flashed, Xiao Han did not say anything. Instead, he directly strode over with arrogance. Junior brother Xiao Han. Xiao Mingchu wanted to follow closely behind. The dozens of demons who had received Xiao Han's kindness also wanted to walk out with Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han waved his hand, indicating for everyone to not move. For some unknown reason, after coming out of the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han's every move was deeply dignified. Even his every expression seemed to have formed a climate. With such a wave of his hand, Xiao Mingchu and the others immediately stood still. Xiao Han leisurely walked towards the remaining demons from the Rong Plain and smiled faintly. What? You have something to ask me? Young man. Where's our Lord Rong? Where's our elders? Where are our fiendish hero companions? Quite a few of the 9th level true chi fiendish heroes shouted in unison. Their tone was filled with fear, uneasiness, fear, shock, and an inexplicable anger. They finally could not hold it in anymore. After waiting for a long time, there was no news from their side. In the end, they did not wait for Rome and the elders to come out. Instead, they waited for the entire hallucinatory demon palace to disappear bit by bit. This caused them to directly target the last person to come out of the hallucinatory demon palace, Xiao Han. They directly came up to interrogate. Moreover, boom, nearly 200 demons moved in unison. They spread out and surrounded Xiao Han. Seeing this situation, Xiao Mingchu and the other demons were all furious and wanted to rush up. Suddenly, the tower master waved his right hand. An invisible force field shook, causing the demons who were about to rush up to be frozen, unable to move an inch. Don't act rashly. Don't kill. This time, the celestial world has a decree. Before entering the genius zone, all ordinary planes are not allowed to kill each other. Everyone should value peace, the tower master said with a faint smile. Then, he looked at Xiao Han with a thought-provoking gaze. A wisp of spiritual sound was transmitted into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness without a sound. Xiao Han, now that Rome is dead, these people are without a leader. You are the last person to come out of the hallucinatory demon palace, so you are the most suspicious. They have lost their rationality and will definitely torture you. Although you have a celestial artifact, there is no hallucinatory demon realm for you to use. The demons surrounding you are at the 8th level true chi, and some are even at the 9th level true chi. Some of them have very strong foundations, and their combat power is several times more terrifying than Yen Chi's. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. How about it? Give in. As long as you agree to lend me the celestial artifact, I will immediately help you eliminate these people. Xiao Han did not even look at the tower master. He lazily narrowed his eyes and glanced around at the chivalrous men surrounding him. His lips curled into an arrogant and disdainful smile. You guys are, really idiots. How dare you ask such an idiotic question? If you want to escape from this hallucinatory demon palace, you can only go through the internal exit. Now, the exit has completely disappeared, and the hallucinatory demon palace has collapsed. Your Lord Rome, your elders, and your companions, are all dead. This is obvious, and you still want to ask me? Idiots. Roar. As soon as they heard Xiao Han's words, the group of demons burst into howls, as if they were mourning for their parents. All of them were scared out of their wits, and their mournful cries were earth-shattering. That's impossible. How could Lord Rome die? Lord Rome is the spiritual leader of our plane. He is an immortal who is destined to become an immortal in the future. How could he die? Without Master Rome, this plane of ours is finished. It's all over. Without Lord Rome and the elders, we will be invaded by the demon race sooner or later. Our entire plane is in danger. The crowd was howling. The next moment, little bastard. How did you manage to find the last exit? Why is our great and immortal Lord Rome buried in that damned hallucinatory demon palace? Little bastard. You deserve to die. Why is it that a trashy acupoint expansion realm like you, a half-cripple, can come out of the hallucinatory demon realm alive and well, while our supreme Lord Rome met with misfortune? The heavens are unfair. Little bastard, you deserve to die. These demons did not suspect that Xiao Han was the culprit behind the massacre of Lord Rome and the elders. However, when they lost control of their emotions, they naturally had to find someone to vent their anger on. Xiao Han had become their target. Close to 200 demons stared at Xiao Han with blood-red eyes. Their killing intent was extremely violent. This Xiao Han, under normal circumstances, he would never be a match for these crazy fellows. Yen Qi revealed an expression of schadenfreude. The 12 elders also nodded and smiled. Right now, he must beg for the pagoda master's help. Otherwise, he will be killed instantly and dismembered. Shao Han, hurry up and beg me. Otherwise, you might be dismembered. The pagoda master smiled and sent a telepathic message. It seemed that he had Shao Han in his grasp. However, suddenly, Shao Han laughed bitterly and said indifferently. All of you are noisy in front of me. Do you know that you are courting death? Ha 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 ha. I have been provoked and I have nowhere to vent my anger. Since all of you are here to court death, I will fulfill your wish. Suddenly, the saber aura around Shao Han's body rose. The next moment, boom, a natal saber chi that looked like an evil dragon soared into the sky from Shao Han's sea of consciousness. The saber light was brilliant and unparalleled. All of a sudden, the natal saber chi exploded, split, and turned into a light screen that looked like a fishing net. It shone brilliantly and directly swept in all directions. Pooh! 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 Other than 5 slaves, the 200 demons that surrounded Shao Han were all cut into pieces by the saber net. Powder. Densely packed minced meat splattered everywhere. The smell of blood covered the sky. There were tens of millions of pieces of corpses and meat. I said that you are courting death. You are courting death. Shao Han said lightly. For a moment, the scene was silent. To be continued. Chapter 456. Shao Han activated the Great Success Realm Natal Saber Chi and added it with his supreme mental power. With one slash, all the remaining evil heroes on the Rong Plain, except for his 5 slaves, were killed. They were cut into pieces by the saber chi. Moreover, Shao Han felt that killing outside was especially satisfying, unlike in the hallucinatory demon palace, which was full of restrictions. He could do as he pleased. Sweep away everything. However, this slash also consumed 30% of the natal saber chi, leaving only 10% of the natal saber chi in Shao Han's sea of consciousness. Of course, this slash also played the role of killing people to establish his prestige. Now, the many elders who were clamoring at the beginning, as well as the pagoda master and Yan Qi, all had their throats choked. They breathed rapidly and did not say a word, staring at Shao Han with bulging eyes. Shao Han's 5 slaves knew what was good for them and immediately knelt on the ground. They kept quiet out of fear and said in fear. Spare us. Please spare us. We are willing to serve you as our master for the rest of our lives. Shao Han waved his hand. Get up. The master and the servants also put on a little act. The 5 slaves stood up and obediently stood behind Shao Han with their hands down. Shao Han turned around and used his indifferent eyes to sweep over the pagoda master and the others. The corner of his mouth pulled into a provocative and arrogant smile. Pagoda master, are you only satisfied when the fish dies and the net splits? Ugh, this. Shao Han, this. At this moment, the pagoda master was even a little incoherent. 1 slash to kill 100 people, and kill many people at the 9th level of true chi, directly killing them. This is the Great Success Realm's saber intent, and your mental power is ridiculously strong. Shao Han, you have actually grown to this level. This. The 12 elders also looked at Shao Han bitterly. They did not expect Shao Han to be so strong. His methods were so violent, in an instant, he killed the remaining evil heroes on the Rome Plain. They were all killed. Too powerful, this Great Success Realm saber intent is almost perfect. It's almost perfect. One of the elders sighed in admiration. Shao Han. I also cultivate the Tao of Saber. However, your saber intent can directly suppress my saber intent. I'm not your match. Sigh. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The elder's face showed a desolate expression. He shook his hand. I won't mention the matter of the immortal artifact. I won't mention it again. These elders all looked at Shao Han in horror. In the depths of the eye sockets of a few of the elders, a ruthless expression gradually appeared on his face as he looked at Shao Han with a murderous look. Tower Master, Shao Han's lifeblood saber energy is indeed powerful. It was grand and majestic, sweeping through the world. However, although his life saber chi was invincible, it was not inexhaustible. On the contrary, the lifeblood saber energy is stored in the soul sea of the saber user. Every time it is killed, it will consume a lot of energy. This Shao Han killed 100 lives with one slash just now. I think he must have consumed a lot of energy. Why don't we take this opportunity to suppress him? We have completely fallen out with Shao Han. With Shao Han's temperament, it will be very difficult for him to let us go in the future. Moreover, the speed of his growth is too heaven-defying. We are all old antiques who have seen countless people. In our lifetime, we have also witnessed the rise of countless geniuses. But now, looking at the history of the entire plane, all the so-called outstanding geniuses, the so-called heaven-bestowed geniuses, in front of Shao Han, are all just a joke. Shao Han was the true genius who had surpassed all of us since ancient times. Not only does his talent surpass our plane, even if he goes to other planes, he will also be a monstrous existence. His combat strength is changing every day. This time, Shao Han almost destroyed the entire plane with his own strength. Tower Master, we can't control this kid. I suggest that we kill him while he is still young and not completely powerful. Moreover, he has consumed a lot of his lifeblood saber energy. Let's kill him. The Tower Master stared at Shao Han. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he fell into deep thought. Shao Han understood the meaning of this. His expression did not change as he looked at the Tower Master with a faint smile. Tower Master, do you want to use force? Ha 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 ha. Why don't you try? Xiao xiao xiao, wisps of lifeblood saber energy rose from the top of Shao Han's head, creating hair-like cracks in the space. At the same time, Shao Han glanced at the group of elders with murderous eyes. In his eyes, the saber light and the sword shadow made the elders' eyes hurt. Their skin turned cold as if they were being cut by the sharp edge of a saber. It was so creepy that they lowered their heads and felt a chill in the depths of their hearts. Soon, a few other elders also sent a soul message to the Tower Master. Tower Master, we must not make things difficult for Shao Han anymore. Tower Master, in the hallucinatory Devil Palace, many of the evil heroes have received favors from Shao Han. If we forcefully suppress Shao Han, it will definitely arouse public anger. Moreover, Shao Han's methods are too fierce and domineering. He can already kill a 9th-level true Qi expert. With such a demonic talent, if he enters the genius zone, he will definitely fight for immortal treasures for the plane. Right now, the most important thing is to win over Shao Han, not to suppress him. Tower Master, please reconsider. Hearing this, the Tower Master glanced at the evil heroes of his plane and then looked at Shao Han again. Then, he laughed and said, "Good. Shao Han, you have risen. You have completely risen. You will become a great force of our plane. Your future is limitless. Now that you have the ability to control and protect that immortal treasure, I will not ask for it. You can keep the immortal treasure for yourself." Good, Shao Han, you are very good. Ha ha ha. Well said. Shao Han laughed coldly. In his heart, he felt a little more relaxed. Right now, Shao Han's focus was on the genius zone. He did not want to bother with the Tower Master and the other bastards. His first task was to rush to the genius zone and enter the genius zone to search for immortal treasures. Therefore, even though they were in the same bed, Shao Han could only pretend to be courteous for the time being. Of course, the premise was that the Tower Master and the others did not go too far. If they took an inch and wanted a foot, Shao Han could only draw his sword against them. Good, let's continue. This Tower Master was unusually thick-skinned. Now, he acted as if nothing had happened and was amiable to Shao Han. Shao Han, let's go. We still need about 150 days to reach the space springboard. After passing through the hallucinatory Devil Palace, we should be able to deal with the dangers along the way. Let's go, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the tower master led the way and flew in the air. The 12 elders followed closely behind. The evil heroes. All of them followed the tower master and flew. The large group of people set off again. Their goal was the space springboard that could transport them to the genius zone. Xiao Han still flew side by side with his eldest senior brother, Xiao Mingqiu, calmly. The 5 devil hero slaves hung far behind in a humble manner. Damn it! At this moment, Xiao Mingqiu was also indignant. His eyes were filled with anger. Junior brother Xiao Han. The pagoda master and the elders had gone too far. You have made great contributions to the plane, but they are suppressing and bullying you like this. It's really despicable. Heh, Xiao Han smiled indifferently. It's okay. Eldest senior brother, seriously speaking, the weak are prey to the strong in this world. However, in the face of benefits, the tower master and the others just did not hide it. Eldest senior brother, don't be angry. I just want to enter the genius zone and look for immortal opportunities. As long as they don't go too far, I can bear it. The big picture is the most important. Yes. Xiao Mingqiu took a deep look at Xiao Han before repeatedly nodding his head. Junior brother Xiao Han, your current temperament and spirit are like 2 different people. You're like a different person now. You have a supreme state of mind that is neither sad nor happy. If the sect master knew about your current situation, he would be very pleased. Junior brother Xiao Han, pretend to be polite to those bastards for now. However, if you're in the genius zone, remember to hold back. Otherwise, the tower master and the others will kill you after you've outlived your usefulness. I know, Xiao Han said with a smile. Suddenly, Xiao Han. Yan Qi actually dilly-dallied and flew to Xiao Han's side. His face was filled with grievance and fear. His eyes were filled with regret. Xiao Han, just my quarrel with you was. I was impulsive. I hope you don't mind. I'm here to apologize to you. Yan Qi was indeed regretful. Initially, he had thought Xiao Han's battle prowess was all due to the celestial weapon and the hallucinatory devil stage. He did not expect Xiao Han's natal saber qi to be so tyrannical and invincible. Earlier, when Xiao Han killed 100 people with a single slash, he had also killed many 9th-level True Energy Realm martial artists from the Rong realm. It could be said that any of the 9th-level True Energy Realm martial artists who died under that slash were stronger than Yan Qi. In that case, it would be as easy as blowing off dust for Xiao Han to kill Yan Qi. Like picking up grass. Therefore, Yan Qi could only suffer in silence. His heart was filled with regret. He blamed himself for contradicting Xiao Han just now. Get lost, Xiao Han did not even look at Yan Qi. Brother Xiao Han, you must forgive me. Yan Qi was filled with grief. Brother Xiao Han, it was indeed an unintentional mistake. Xiao Han's eyes focused on Yan Qi. You're a despicable person who goes back on his word. You don't even have a backbone. Get lost now, or I'll kill you with one slash. Get lost. Xiao Mingqiu scolded while gnashing his teeth. To Xiao Mingqiu, scolding a powerhouse was a pleasant thing to do. Advance. The large group of people advanced toward the space springboard. They were also very careful along the way. It was a 150-day journey, and no one could predict if there would be any dangers along the way. However, just as the pagoda master had said, after passing through the hallucinatory demon palace, the journey was actually quite easy. Occasionally, there would be some hallucinatory demon realms appearing in the space. The density of the realms wasn't too high, and it wouldn't cause them to experience hallucinations or hallucinations that would cause them to fall into a trance. Everyone could handle it. Even if they encountered a slightly larger hallucinatory demonic realm, they would be able to avoid it. 120 days had passed. It was a smooth journey. 0 casualties. Ha ha ha. We'll reach the space springboard in 30 days. After that, we'll be teleported to the Genius Zone. The Genius Zone hasn't opened yet. There's still time, ha ha ha, there's still time. The pagoda master burst into laughter. The 120-day journey was extremely smooth. This also made many of the devil warriors and elders calm down. They were not as nervous and fearful as when they first set off. 140th day. Eldest senior brother, there are still 10 days left. Xiao Han smiled and chatted with Xiao Mingqiu. The Genius Zone is getting closer and closer to us. And Xiao Mingqiu was also excited. I wonder what the situation in the Genius Zone is like. There are so many experts from different planes heading to the Genius Zone this time. I'm very nervous. Especially after experiencing the disturbance from Rong's group of strong disciples, I feel even more helpless. Our plane is really too weak. That's right, junior brother Xiao Han, don't let your guard down too much, in case you encounter any danger during the last 10 days of the journey. It's fine. Xiao Han's spiritual force spread out and radiated millions of miles of area, monitoring at all times. Eldest senior brother, this large area is close to 10 million miles. It's very safe. Now, the natal saber chi in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness had also recovered to its original state. This gave Xiao Han more confidence to face all kinds of dangers calmly. 145th day. Suddenly, Xiao Han's expression froze. Junior brother Xiao Han, what's wrong? Xiao Mingqiu hurriedly asked. I discovered a large number of humans coming from all directions. They're flying in the same direction as us. My spiritual force sensed countless experts. 8th stage true chi, 9th stage true chi, and 10th stage true chi immortal I realm. Xiao Han's face was cold. Eldest senior brother, we've encountered the devil warriors from other planes. However, it's not just one wave. There are at least 10 waves of people from different planes. Chapter 457. Xiao Han and the others were still 5 days away from the space springboard they had chosen in advance. Of course, this space springboard was definitely not only chosen by Xiao Han's plane. There were bound to be a large number of planes that chose this space springboard. Therefore, now that Xiao Han's mental fluctuations had spread out, it was not surprising at all that he had discovered at least a dozen groups of people from different planes. What? More than a dozen waves of powerful people from different planes? Hearing this, Xiao Mingqiu was slightly stunned, and a look of horror immediately appeared in the depths of his eyes. Luo Tianyu, who was standing next to Xiao Mingqiu, was also trembling. That's right. They were almost annihilated by Rongyu, which made the fiendish heroes of Xiao Han's dimension feel like they had been bitten by a snake. Every one of them became frightened. When they heard that there were people from other dimensions approaching, they were instinctively frightened. Xiao Han did not take it seriously. Instead, he smiled and comforted them. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, don't be nervous. There are many planes going to the Genius Zone, and we will meet people from other planes sooner or later. Not every plane's people are as cruel and sinister as Na Rong. After a pause, Xiao Han's spirit wave spread out like an octopus and said. They are approaching us. East, northwest, south, southeast. The evil heroes from those planes will find us within an hour. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, if there is any sudden change and we have a dispute with the evil heroes from other planes, I will remember to take you into the demon compound of despair. Xiao Han said with a smile. I'm going to encounter the endless geniuses from other planes. I don't know why. I actually have a little bit of expectation and excitement now. Inexplicably, Xiao Han's blood was slightly boiling. The liquid spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness, as well as the great accomplishment natal saber chi, all transmitted obscure fluctuations. Compared to when he had just set off, Xiao Han's current state of mind. He was more stable and more confident. Every cell in his body was filled with the desire to explore the unknown. Every cell in his body was filled with indomitable courage. At this time, the pagoda master and the 12 elders. Their spiritual power was far less than Xiao Han's, so they had not found anything unusual for the time being. Xiao Han was too lazy to inform the pagoda master and the others. An hour later, alert. Suddenly, the tower master's figure stopped, and he let out a panicked scream. Everyone, pay attention. Be on alert. More than 10 groups of heroes from other planes are rushing towards us. What? More than 10 batches of heroes from other planes? The elders also lost their composure. Their cries rang out one after another. Each and every one of them was usually swaggering around arrogantly. But now, he was also exhausted and listless. What should we do? Pagoda Master, what do we do now? All right. Calm down. The Pagoda Master's face was also gloomy. This is the only way to get to the space springboard. There will definitely be many demons passing through this path. They might not necessarily make things difficult for us. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Later on, when we encounter other demons from other planes, we should all be polite and not take the initiative to provoke trouble. He should be fine. After saying that, the Pagoda Master waved his hand and suppressed the situation. Let's just focus on moving forward, don't make a fuss. Keep going. The army continued to advance. However, there were many demons. They all took the initiative to approach Xiao Han. It seemed like they wanted to seek some protection. It was almost a subconscious action. After the battle in the hallucinatory Devil Palace, these demons had subconsciously regarded Xiao Han as their protector. Half an hour later, at last. Boom boom boom, in the east, there was a tremor. A sound that caused even the starry sky to tremble rang out. A tall and burly man with immortal chi all over his body slowly walked over. There was a faint mark between his eyebrows. He had no one in his eyes, and his aura soared to the sky. He was like an abyss and a mountain, and his every movement was full of the demeanor of an important person. Looking at his spirit and bearing, he was even slightly stronger than that of Na Rong. Ha 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 ha. My children, after a long journey and passing through many dangerous places, we are finally on the right track and have arrived here. There are only a few days left before we reach the nearest space springboard. Ha 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 ha. The tall and burly man laughed heartily. His voice rumbled and shook the entire void, causing it to sway and tremble. In the next moment, a dense group of young people and some elders walked out from behind the tall and burly man. These people's bodies were sparkling and the wind was surging. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all in high spirits. Their eyes overflowed with unconcealable confidence and ambition. 8th level true chi, 9th level true chi, and every one of them had an incomparably strong foundation. This. The Pagoda Master's footsteps involuntarily stopped, and he looked to the east with palpitations. His throat was dry as he murmured, "What a powerful plane. Our plane. It's hard to compete with it." In an instant, the Pagoda Master's gaze swept over the dozens of demons in his plane, and subconsciously felt that they were asking to be humiliated. He had no confidence at all. The 12 elders were also very dispirited. The demons were overshadowed. Even Xiao Mingchu, who was always ambitious and neither servile nor overbearing, shook his head secretly. In the entire plane, only Xiao Han's state of mind was calm and unperturbed. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and his expression was calm. Instead, he looked at the wave of demons with interest, and secretly evaluated them. Those younger ones are those who are below 10,000 years old and have met the requirements to enter the genius zone. Indeed, the demons in our plane can't be compared to them. For example, my eldest senior brother Xiao Mingchu, who is less than 10,000 years old, has cultivated to the 8th level true chi formation realm. He has been a genius since he was young, but if he is brought to that plane, he will not be able to stand. His strength and talent will definitely be at the bottom. The difference. Heh. In other words, after entering the genius zone, I will have to compete with these guys. I really am looking forward to it. Xiao Han couldn't help but touch his nose. Roar. Roar. The roar of giant beasts resounded. In the next moment, from the northwest direction, many wild beasts that looked like giant elephants broke through the void and came over. The domineering and savage aura shook the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of giant elephant savage beasts. They got into formation. The leader was a giant elephant with brightly colored fur. Riding on it was a middle-aged man wrapped in a beast robe. He had a square face. His hair was messy, and as he breathed in and out, immortal chi sprayed out. His entire body was filled with evil chi. He was emitting evil, powerful, violent, sinister, and even murderous aura at all times. The aura of darkness. On the giant elephant savage beast behind him, there were young men and women. All of them were wearing beast robes and had a fierce look in their eyes. They were very fierce. As soon as they appeared, they used provocative gazes to scan the surroundings. When they noticed the camp of Xiao Han's plane, they all burst into laughter. They were pointing fingers. The heroes of Xiao Han's plane were all very ashamed. They were too ashamed to show their faces. They lowered their heads, and their aura was very timid. They had no confidence at all. Soon, in this space, from all directions, the people of the heroes of the plains had arrived. There were too many geniuses. The aura that they emitted overlapped, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. Including Xiao Han's plane, there were a total of 19 people of the heroes of the plains gathered. The total number of people was tens of thousands. These people were either arrogant and unruly, or cold and gloomy, or murderous and fierce, or lazy and tranquil, or arrogant, so on and so forth. And the heroes of the various planes were now observing and evaluating the strength of the heroes of the other planes. Of course, among these 19 planes, not all were stronger than Xiao Han's plane. There were also some that were on par with Xiao Han's plane. There were even a few planes whose comprehensive strength was slightly inferior to Xiao Han's plane. For example, Xiao Han saw a plane with only 30 to 40 heroes, and most of them were in the 6th stage expanded acupoint realm. In this way, from the pagoda master to the heroes of Xiao Han's plane, they felt a little comforted. At least their plane was not at the bottom, right? Xiao Han did not pay too much attention to the weak planes. Instead, he focused his attention on the powerful planes. Judging from their appearances, Xiao Han discovered that the geniuses from the powerful existential planes all exuded a sense of pride from the inside out. The pride that belonged to the geniuses, and loneliness, and hot-bloodedness. More than 10 planes, nearly 10,000 geniuses. These powerful planes each have a large number of talented people. Who knows how many outstanding people have emerged? Now, the sand is washed away by the waves. Those who are selected to enter the genius zone are definitely not weak. Moreover, the number of the heroes who entered the genius zone is far more than this. These planes that I see now are just one of the many space springboards. There will also be a large number of planes entering other space springboards. It's just the tip of the iceberg. What I see now is really just the tip of the iceberg. After officially entering the genius zone, I will see more and more geniuses. Without a doubt, some of these geniuses have had fortuitous encounters. Just like me, a heavenly opportunity fell upon me. Some are extremely talented. Maybe their acupoints have expanded thousands of times. Some have met a good master and have been nurtured since young. Some have the heart of a strong person and never admit defeat. Seriously speaking, these guys are all my competitors. Xiao Han licked his lips. The people of the 19 planes gathered together. After a long while, a middle-aged man with the demeanor of an immortal said in a clear voice, "We're all heroes of the human race. Although we come from different planes, we're all the same. We're all responsible for killing demons and saving the common people. Alright, there's not much time left before the opening of the Genius Zone. Let's go to the nearest space springboard first. I also hope that the Tower Masters will restrain their subordinates and not cause trouble to other planes. Follow the decree of the immortal world. Peace is the most important. Don't fight against each other. Men of this plane, follow me. Xiao, as soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man with the demeanor of an immortal moved and flew forward. His subordinates followed closely behind him. Just like that, a large group of people from different planes flew towards the direction of the space springboard. Let's hurry up as well. The Tower Master sighed. Eldest senior brother, let's go. Xiao Han also moved forward. I'm afraid we will encounter more planes when we reach the space springboard. It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 458. Ever since he left his hometown and headed for the Genius Zone, time flew by, and it had been over 200 days. Xiao Han and the others did not have a smooth journey. On the contrary, they had experienced many obstacles and dangers. When they encountered the wrong plane, they were almost wiped out. With Xiao Han's help, this mediocre plane was able to advance to where it was today. Xiao, the densely packed chivalrous heroes of different camps flew toward the space gangplank. There are less than 5 days left. Xiao Han flew at the back of the group. TSK. Junior brother Xiao Han. There are too many geniuses. My eyes are filled with geniuses. I was really a frog in a well when I was in my own plane. Sigh, there are so many geniuses in so many planes. In comparison, I feel like I'm just a speck of dust. Xiao Mingqiu said sadly. Eldest senior brother, don't be disheartened. Do you still remember the chivalry trials? Xiao Han laughed. Chivalry trials? Xiao Mingqiu was stunned. Yes. Xiao Han nodded affirmatively. Eldest senior brother, we've all been through the chivalry trials. In fact, to stand out in the chivalry trials, strength is one thing, but luck is more important. When I first participated in the chivalry trials, I was also a rookie. However, in the chivalry trials, I improved a lot, and my mind was sharpened. I'm thinking that the Genius Zone probably doesn't only value strength, but also luck. Yes. Little brother Xiao Han is right. Luo Tianyu nodded repeatedly. Maybe it's really luck. Brother Xiao, think about it. In terms of strength, Na Rong's plane is many times stronger than ours. However, it still fell at little brother Xiao Han's hands. On the other hand, our plane is advancing triumphantly, heading for the Genius Zone. This is also a kind of luck. Of course, this luck is all because of little brother Xiao Han. When we enter the Genius Zone, I'm afraid we'll still have to rely on little brother Xiao Han. With that said, Xiao Mingqiu's state of mind became slightly more cheerful. Soon after, Xiao Mingqiu smiled in a carefree manner. I was worrying too much. How should he put it? Even if he could witness the elegant demeanor of those extraordinary people from other planes, this trip would not have been in vain. Immortal weapons and immortal treasures, just go with the flow. Junior brother Xiao Han, on the other hand, I'm very optimistic about you. Maybe you can get a share of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Me? Xiao Han was speechless. That's right, little brother Xiao Han, you're a heaven-defying person. I'm also optimistic about you. Luo Tianyu also said seriously. No. Xiao Han shook his head repeatedly. I'm not belittling myself. I'm really nothing. Thinking about it, there were at least 1,000 springboards that could transport them to Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. Any one of these space springboards could be used by dozens of planes. On average, there are a few hundred people in each plane. How many people would there be when there are thousands of planes with space springboards? Xiao Han's question stunned Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu. At this time, one of the 5 slaves flying respectfully behind Xiao Han said in a well-behaved manner. At least millions of people of the right age will enter the genius zone. Maybe tens of millions of people are possible. Hiss. Xiao Mingchu and the others gasped and felt their scalps go numb. When Xiao Han heard this number, he also stuck out his tongue. Millions? Tens of millions? TSK, it's really unprecedented, it's really spectacular. Forward. The chivalrous men from more than a dozen planes flew to the nearest space gangplank in a hurry. There was no longer any danger that could hinder them along the way. Even the sporadic hallucinatory magic land no longer appeared. It was completely a smooth road for Zhuangkong. After a few moments. Xiao Han's spiritual force radiated outwards, and very quickly, he discovered a floating meteorite in the void. This meteorite was about hundreds of miles long and wide. It was very huge. After scanning with his spiritual power, Xiao Han found that there were densely packed humans on the meteorite. Moreover, there was a strong wave of immortal qi on the meteorite, as well as the wave of teleportation that could reverse the void. Space springboard. Xiao Han blurted out. What? Junior brother Xiao Han, your spiritual power sensed the space springboard? Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu were shocked. Yes, we're almost there. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Get ready. We're almost there. We're finally here. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu couldn't help but murmur excitedly. After a long journey of hundreds of days, we're finally here. Ha ha ha. It's not a waste. It's 265 days. Xiao Mingchu took a deep breath. There are 23 days left until the genius zone opens. Xiao Han also narrowed his eyes. At the same time, the heroes flying in front of Xiao Han and the others burst into thunderous cheers. The atmosphere became heated. Some of the nosy heroes even whistled. Everyone has already found the location of the space springboard. Xiao Han understood. At this time, the pagoda master said loudly. Everyone pay attention. We're about to reach the space springboard. Be alert. Ah, we're here. We're here. The 12 elders and the heroes cheered as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Half an hour later. Finally, in the direction where everyone was flying, a huge meteorite appeared in front of them. Rather than calling it a meteorite, it would be better to call it a floating continent. Its length and width could be hundreds of miles. The enormous meteorite was fixed in place by a strange force. It didn't move an inch. At this moment, on the meteorite, there were densely packed heroes surging. Moreover, rays of immortal light rose from the dense mist, and colorful light beams shot up to the sky. The characters were like fish and dragons, rising and falling in spirals. Space springboard. Xiao Han's spiritual power swept out and carefully observed. Oh. It turns out that in the middle of this meteorite, there is a huge and great space teleportation array. There is a spatial coordinate recorded on it. As long as enough supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones are placed at the eye of the array as energy, then the heroes standing in the array can be teleported directly to the lair of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Well, the structure of this space springboard is also very simple. However, ordinary mortals, even in the realm of half-immortals, can't carve out such a huge space teleportation array. It's most likely a temporary array specially made by the immortals for this exploration of the genius zone. How generous. Now, Xiao Han's heart was also clear at a glance. The chivalrous men from more than a dozen planes arrived and surrounded the meteorite. Land. Land on the space springboard. Step on the space springboard and teleport. Ha 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 ha. The genius zone, we're here. Ha 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 ha. My children. It's time to serve the planes. There are 23 days left until the opening of the genius zone. We'll arrive in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Let's go and teleport. The people from the dozen or so planes were all excited and couldn't hold back their excitement, so they went crazy. The tower master of Xiao Han's dimension also subconsciously rubbed some of the top-grade storage rings on his fingers as he said in a cold voice. I've prepared enough top-grade spirit stones for the teleportation. Everyone, get ready. At this moment, even I'm excited. Even my soul seems to be trembling. Right at this moment, Xiao, from the space gangplank, a brown-skinned, black-eyed, short-haired old man came flying out. His aura was smooth and flawless, making it impossible to tell his cultivation level. However, there was a faint mark between his eyebrows, which revealed the foundation of his half-immortal body. A godly aura emanated from his body. Xiao Han's spirit looked at the brown-skinned old man and felt that he was like an abyss, with no end in sight. Looking at him for a long time, one's spirit would be lost. A powerful person. Not much weaker than Rome. He must be at the Tower Lord level. Xiao Han quickly assessed. Brown-skinned? Yes, the chivalrous heroes of various dimensions that had appeared now, although they were all humans and their appearances were almost the same, there were still some subtle differences. For example, the humans from Xiao Han's plane were usually yellow-skinned, black-haired, and black-eyed. But now, when Xiao Han saw humans from other planes, there were dark-skinned black people, brown-skinned people, Caucasians, some of them had azure blue eyes. Some had flaxen hair. The brown-skinned old man, suspected to be at the Tower Lord level, let out a friendly laugh. Ha 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 ha. Hello everyone. Heroes from the various planes, I'm glad to see you here. Ha 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 ha. Although we come from different planes of existence, we have one thing in common. We are all humans. After pausing for a while, the reddish-skinned old man laughed heartily. I've brought my children from my own plane to this space springboard for the teleportation. However, I arrived a day earlier than you. Yes, I and my subordinates arrived yesterday. Now, I'm about to teleport to Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's lair with my men. There are some things that I'd like to tell you out of enthusiasm. Oh. The monsters surrounding the space gangplank were all stunned. Following that, a few powerful pagoda lords spoke in unison to the reddish-skinned old man. Friend, what do you want to tell us? The brown-skinned old man smiled. It's nothing important. Just listen to it. The exact coordinates of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's lair are engraved on the space springboard. Using top-grade true chi spirit stones to teleport, the more people teleported, the more top-grade true chi spirit stones would be consumed. The fewer people teleported, the less top-grade true chi spirit stones would be consumed. The teleportation time was 15 days. Ha ha ha, such a long teleportation is rare. But thinking about it, if one were to rely on their own flying speed, it would take at least 10,000 years to reach Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's lair. Now, it's only 15 days. Ha ha ha. Alright, I suggest that we line up one plane at a time and teleport one by one. Although I reached this space springboard with my men yesterday, it's been a long time. Everyone, don't be anxious. Teleport from plane to plane, there's still time. There's still time. If we all rush up to teleport, it'll be hard to avoid chaos. As soon as he said that, the chivalrous men surrounding the space gangplank all nodded in agreement. Alright, line up for teleportation. The weaker planes will line up at the back, the stronger ones will teleport first. A middle-aged man in iron armor with an aura as deep as the sea let out a rumbling voice. Chapter 459. Ha 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 ha, the reddish-skinned old man laughed amiably and carefreely. It seems that everyone here is a reasonable person. After arriving at the space springboard, we should try not to have any disputes or conflicts, let alone kill each other. After all, there is a formation left by an immortal on this space springboard. The immortal chi here is very dense. If there is any conflict here, it is disrespectful to the immortal. It is blasphemy. Blasphemy to the immortal, that is a grave sin. Moreover, the immortal world has specially sent a message that before entering the genius zone, all planes are not allowed to kill each other. Alright, everyone here is a sensible person, so I won't say much. You can discuss the order of transmission among yourselves. While he was speaking, boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the entire space gangplank shot out a series of magnificent and vast light beams. A large portion of the void was dyed in a beautiful, dreamy, and blurry manner. Countless immortal characters and secret talismans surged, evaporated, and soared. The immortal sound burst out. The sound of the great Tao rose and fell, causing people's souls to tremble when they heard it. With the space springboard as the center, the mighty power of space transmission blasted out circles of vortexes. Everyone, I will take my leave first. See you in 15 days. Ha 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 ha. The reddish-skinned old man cupped his hands and quickly returned to the space springboard. Buzz buzz buzz, the people on the space springboard disappeared one by one. They were all teleported away. The entire space gangplank was enshrouded in a hazy halo. It trembled. This kind of scene only made Xiao Han feel refreshed. What a powerful teleportation force. It feels as if the world has changed into mulberry fields and the stars have changed. A journey of 10,000 years was shortened to 15 days. This is definitely the means of an immortal. In front of such a mighty space transmission power, not only Xiao Han was shocked, even the countless evil heroes around the space springboard, including every Tower Master level expert, were deeply shocked, and their eyes almost became dull. Less than an hour later, the space transmission power disappeared. The waves calmed down. The space springboard that was originally full of people was now empty. It showed some loneliness and desolation. At this time, a few powerful Tower Masters said in a clear voice. Tower Masters of the various planes, come over. We'll discuss the order of teleportation. Teleport in an orderly manner. Don't mess up. Alright, you guys stay here. I'll go discuss with the Tower Masters of the other planes, said the Tower Master solemnly. I hope I can get a better order so that our plane can be teleported to the Genius Zone one step earlier and prepare in advance. With that, the Pagoda Master puffed out his chest and flew towards the other Pagoda Masters from the other planes. Heh. Xiao Han looked at the back of the Pagoda Lord and laughed coldly. What kind of good order can we get from our plane? It's already very good that I'm not ranked last. That's right, the overall strength of our plane is too weak. Xiao Mingchu also smiled in shame. Then, he stared at Xiao Han. Junior brother Xiao Han, the law of the jungle prevails in this world. The strong survive and the weak die. The weaker planes have no right to speak. For a plane like ours, if we have to queue up to enter the space springboard, we'll be at the bottom. Sigh, this is so frustrating. Junior brother Xiao Han, I'm afraid that the Tower Master will not be able to do much. I hope that you can lead our plane to win back our dignity. Oh, Xiao Han was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and laughed. Eldest senior brother, you're exaggerating. After saying that, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged in the void. He glanced around and saw the Tower Masters of the 19 planes gathered together and communicating rapidly. As for the Tower Masters of Xiao Han's plane, they were nodding and bowing, their faces full of smiles. They kept nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice, their attitude extremely flattering. How boring. Xiao Han shook his head and took out some aged wine from his storage ring, as well as some dried chicken, duck, and fish. He distributed them to Xiao Mingchu and the rest with a smile. Eldest senior brother, we don't have to rush. It looks like we'll have to queue up for a long time. Let's drink. Let's drink while we wait. All right. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and a few other evil warriors immediately gathered around. After a short while, the Tower Master of Xiao Han's plane finally returned to his camp. Oh this. The Tower Master's face was slightly awkward. He hesitated for a long time before stammering. After I discussed with the other Tower Masters, we decided on the order of entering the space springboard. We're not at the bottom. We're at the 15th position. Hua, as soon as he said that, the dozens of chivalrous spirits and the 12 elders all hissed. The 15th position? Yes, they were not at the bottom. They were not the last to enter the space springboard. However, there were only 19 planes in total. To queue up and be the 15th to enter the space springboard was extremely shameful. Alright, a moment of failure doesn't mean anything. Who knows, we might be able to gain something in the genius zone and launch a counterattack against those powerful planes. Who knows, we might even surpass them. The one who laughs at the end is the real winner. The Tower Master said a bunch of self-comforting words and sat down cross-legged. Everyone, please wait patiently. Soon, the first plane to enter the space springboard was led by a Tower Master whose entire body was burning with holy flames and whose aura could cause the stars to tremble. The Tower Master's lineup was at its peak, and they entered the space springboard in a single file. What a powerful plane. It's several times more powerful than the Rome plane. There are more than 100 elders and no less than 20 elders who have opened their heaven eyes. Xiao Han held his breath. Not long after, the teleportation formation engraved on the springboard began to operate. Immortal light splashed everywhere, runes rose, and the entire springboard rumbled. Less than an hour later, everyone in that plane was teleported away. It's our turn. Another big shot whose body was glowing with boundless light stepped forward and led the thousands of fiends under his command toward the space gangplank. Boys, start the teleportation. Go to the genius zone immediately. Just like that, 19 planes lined up and took turns to enter the space springboard. Bursts of huge space teleportation power swept across, and the colorful light took away the evil heroes from each plane. Xiao Han's plane began to wait. TSK. I wonder what it will be like after the teleportation. Xiao Mingqiu stared at the space springboard. We'll see when the time comes. Eldest senior brother, it's almost our turn. Xiao Han shrugged and smiled. Ha, let's drink. It's still early. We're only in the 6th batch. Luo Tianyu raised his cup and smiled. Wait. Finally, after who knew how many hours had passed, it's our turn. Finally, it's our turn. We've waited for so long. We can't wait anymore. Let's go. Let's enter the space springboard too. Ha. Finally, it was Xiao Han's turn to enter the space springboard. Be it the Pagoda Master, the 12th Elder or the evil warriors, they were all excited and their blood was boiling. They rubbed their palms and rushed to the space springboard. Eldest senior brother. Let's go. Xiao Han rubbed his hands and jumped onto the space springboard. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu and Luo Tianyu stood on the left and right. On the space springboard. It was a meteorite with a length and width of a few hundred miles. The mysterious immortal Qi was enshrouding the meteorite. Xiao Han and the others walked on the meteorite. Immortal talismans that looked like mirages swam around them like fish. They looked like they were made of jade, shining brightly and emitting a warm aura. It made everyone feel as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Their limbs and bones felt very comfortable. What pure immortal Qi! The Pagoda Master opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows and shot out a misty light, sweeping around. The immortal Qi lingering on the space springboard is of an extremely high quality. TSK, it's much higher than the immortal Qi in our world. If we absorb this immortal Qi to refine our bodies, then... Forget it, how would I dare to absorb the immortal Qi here? This immortal Qi was left behind by the immortal who set up the teleportation grand array. I guess it's just an ordinary perfected immortal in the immortal world, not an immortal emperor. Then, the Genius Zone was created by Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, who was ranked 3rd in the history of the immortal world. The quality of the immortal Qi here must be much higher than here. TSK, I can't imagine. Let's go. Everyone, move forward. Follow me. The teleportation grand array is right in front of us. Let's hurry. Quick. Move faster. The pagoda master led the way. The others followed closely behind. Not long after, finally, an array with obscure lines and strands of immortal chi appeared in front of everyone. Strands of immortal chi flowed back and forth. Everyone stepped into the array and felt as if they were in a heavenly palace. It was too much for their eyes to take in. How magical. Xiao Han was also secretly amazed. He lowered his head and observed carefully. He also found that the array on the ground had vaguely outlined some universe space coordinates. In the middle of the array, there was a concave array eye. It was filled with the lingering smell of the supreme grade true chi spirit stones after they were burned. Everyone, stand properly. I am now going to put the supreme grade true chi spirit stones into the array eye. The teleportation is about to begin. Stand properly. The pagoda master walked to the array eye, trembling. The 12th elder, Yan Qi, and many other demon warriors were nervous and excited. They were like bridegrooms entering the bridal chamber for the first time and did not know where to place their hands and feet. Master, let's also get close to the array eye. Although Xiao Han's 5 demon warrior slaves were manipulated by Xiao Han and controlled perfectly, they still had their own thoughts and emotions. They were not pure puppets. At this time, they were going to officially go to the genius zone. They could not help but be excited. At this time, the pagoda master had already begun to take out a large number of supreme grade true chi spirit stones from his storage ring and put them into the huge concave array eye. Boom! 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 The supreme grade true chi spirit stones began to burn. The entire space gangplank began to tremble. The space grand array was activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the power of teleportation rippled like waves, sweeping through everyone's bodies. Continue to put in supreme grade true chi spirit stones. The pagoda master quickly threw the supreme grade true chi spirit stones he had prepared in advance into the array eye. After a moment, buzz 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 buzz, more than 10 demon warriors disappeared at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, beams of teleportation light shone on Xiao Han's body. In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if there was nothing beneath his feet. His feet had actually disappeared. Soon, his entire lower body disappeared. The teleportation has begun. The genius zone, I, Xiao Han, am coming. After a few breaths, Xiao Han's entire body disappeared. Chapter 460. 15191, Type, Fantasy Magic Author. My ugliness reaches the depths of my soul. This chapter. 460, Zhu Dao's Lair. 15191, Save. The Tower Master threw the True Chi Spirit Stone into the concave eye of the formation on the space springboard. The raging energy burned and the great teleportation power surged like a tide. The teleportation began. The entire space gangplank began to tremble, radiating waves that caused one's heart to palpitate. All the monsters in Xiao Han's dimension were sucked into the teleportation power and disappeared without a trace. In the end, the Tower Master also disappeared. Genius Zone, I'm coming. The Pagoda Master also roared. Buzz buzz buzz. During the teleportation, Xiao Han only felt that his body was as light as a feather. His spirit fluctuation was deeply confined and condensed into a ball in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, his line of sight was filled with blurry rays of light. Dazzling formations flew past Xiao Han's body at a rapid speed. Xiao Han's body could not move at all. He could not see the other monsters in his dimension. It was as if he was at the mercy of others. I have to teleport for a full 15 days. I have never done such a long teleportation before. I can't control my whole body. Xiao Han said in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. A long teleportation. Regardless of day and night. It was extremely boring, but there was an indescribable excitement. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 15 days later. Boom! A violent jolt caused Xiao Han's entire body to tremble. His vision was dark. Xiao Han even felt the space collapsing. I've arrived. The teleportation power has disappeared. I think the teleportation has ended. I've arrived at Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. In a trance, Xiao Han heard voices, including the panicked and confused voices of Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu, and the others. After a short while, rumble rumble rumble, the space shook. Then, Xiao Han only felt that his feet were steady, as if he had stepped on solid ground. Xiao Han quickly steadied himself. He squinted his eyes, not daring to open them completely. His line of sight was filled with colorful spots of light. After several hundred breaths of time, the spots of light finally solidified into human figures. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes wide. He saw that he was surrounded by people: Pagoda Master, the 12th Elder, Yan Qi Xiao Mingqiu, Luo Tianyu. There were dozens of heroes. His 5 slaves. Everyone has arrived. Xiao Han heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Xiao Han looked up. In an instant, he was dumbfounded. He was stunned. Dumbfounded. He was petrified. His eyes were filled with people. It was a dense mass of people. This was a huge piece of land, floating in the vast universe. Stand still. This land. It was hard to tell how big it was, but it stretched out endlessly, as if there was no end to it. Xiao Han roughly estimated that the length and width of this land was definitely more than 10 million miles. Wow! Such a huge piece of land. It's comparable to the territory of most of the powerful empires in our plane. It's too big, too spectacular. Xiao Han sighed in his heart. However, compared to this boundless land, what made him sigh even more was the people. There were so many of them that they looked like ants. Xiao Han swore that he had never seen so many people before. Absolutely not. The endless stretch of land was filled with people. Heads were moving. There was a sea of people. Xiao Han looked as far as his eyes could see. It was all people, and he could not see the end. Brown-skinned people, black people, yellow-skinned people, white people, people wearing light armor, people wearing cloaks, people wearing battle armor, men, women, youths, middle-aged people, old people. How many people were there? Tens of millions? 100 million? Xiao Han could not imagine. Just the sight of so many people made his scalp go numb. His heart was instinctively filled with fear and panic. A person in such a crowd was like a foam in the ocean. It was too insignificant. So many people. I can't count. Xiao Mingqiu instinctively lowered his voice. His voice was trembling, and his legs were trembling. He slowly approached Xiao Han. His forehead was full of cold sweat. Junior brother Xiao Han. I have never seen so many people gathered together in my life. I'm afraid there are close to 100 million people. It's several times more than what we imagined. It's too terrifying. With so many people, if each of them blew a breath, a planet would explode. Xiao Mingqiu was not the only one who was scared silly. Even Xiao Han, who had unparalleled soul power, felt uncertain and very depressed. Eldest senior brother, there are so many people. Among them, there are many half-immortals with Immortal Eye Realm and Heaven Eye Realm. The aura is too terrifying. Now, I suspect that if a few ordinary immortals came here, they would be drowned by the people here. With so many people, we can kill immortals. We can definitely kill immortals. These people are the elites of countless ordinary planes. There are so many pagoda masters. We can definitely kill immortals. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. Xiao Mingqiu said in deep thought. Shu, the pagoda master, shrunk back and turned around. He put his right middle finger on his lips and made a shushing gesture, indicating Xiao Han to keep his voice down. Boom 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 boom, there were already quite a lot of people on this continent, but there was still an endless stream of people being teleported here from all over the place. The people standing on the continent spontaneously divided themselves into groups according to their planes. The barriers were clear and distinct, one by one. They didn't dare to speak loudly. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were all well behaved and stood where they were, not moving an inch. No plane, no matter how powerful it was, would dare to disturb another plane in this extremely oppressive atmosphere. This was also why each plane was able to live in peace with each other. It took a while to adapt. Only then did Xiao Han get used to the heavy atmosphere. Then, he looked left and right. In this place, Xiao Han's spiritual force was suppressed. His spiritual force, which could normally cover millions of miles, was now tightly confined in a small area, unable to be released. Because there were too many people, and each of their auras was not weak. All kinds of auras were gathered together. So, once Xiao Han released his spiritual force, it was like hitting an iron plate, unable to dilute or penetrate it. Xiao Han observed inch by inch. There were countless people of all shapes and sizes, and there were all kinds of people. Some people emitted an aura that was like the arrival of the god of death. Some people emitted a thick bloody aura, causing people to involuntarily feel fear. Some people's willpower could definitely cause the opponent's soul to collapse instantly. Some people's aura was full of killing intent. Some people's aura was even more violent than the space storm. After looking for a while, Xiao Han's head was already swollen. He didn't dare to look for too long. Then, he looked away and looked outside this vast continent. Xiao Han looked around. In the distant starry sky, there were countless small stars, planets, and ordinary planets without life. However, in front of him, extremely far away, there was a pure black planet floating in the air. This black planet seemed to be sealed by some kind of restriction. Therefore, people couldn't see its interior. They could only see a deep darkness. It was like an abyss. However, they could still vaguely feel that there was a subtle immortal chi radiating from the inside of the black planet. When they looked closely, it gave people an illusion that there was something mysterious and unimaginable inside the black planet. Eldest senior brother, look, that huge black planet in front of us. Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper to Xiao Mingqiu. I sensed that the interior of the black planet gave off the scent of a mystical kingdom. However, the entire black planet was sealed, making it impossible for anyone to see its full appearance. However, I had a feeling that there must be treasures inside the black planet. Yes, I also have the same feeling. Could it be that that is the genius zone? Xiao Mingqiu also looked at the black planet in shock. We can't say that the black planet is just the genius zone. At this moment, an elder who was standing not far away from Xiao Han walked a few steps forward and said in a low voice. If I'm not wrong, that place is the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. It's so big. Too big. The area of this old nest is not smaller than our plane. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is really powerful and supreme. This is just one of the places where he stored his treasures in the lower realm. It's like a warehouse. Just the size of a warehouse is comparable to our plane. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. Our mental strength is not enough to penetrate through the restriction of the black planet. Therefore, we can only feel a trace of extremely weak immortal chi seeping out from the inside of the black planet. If an immortal were to observe it, he would be able to roughly see the bright civilization inside the black planet and the endless aura of immortal treasures. According to the description of the immortal world, the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has piles of immortal pills, immortal weapons, and immortal techniques. His wealth is immeasurable. Seriously speaking, the Genius Zone is just a small part of the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The Genius Zone is the outermost layer of this black planet. It's not the core. There's no definite information about how many layers there are in the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Maybe it's the 5th layer, the 6th layer, or the 7th layer. The only thing we can be sure of is that the deeper it is, the richer the treasures and the higher the quality. The outermost layer of the genius zone has fewer treasures and the quality is also lower. Of course, even so, it's still an extremely terrifying resource for us in the mortal world. A few immortal pills can change the fate of the entire plane. Every layer of the old nest of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has its own rules and restrictions. Immortals are not allowed to enter the outermost layer of the genius zone. People over 10,000 years old are not allowed to enter. The elder started to introduce the place without stopping. At last, the elder said again. Everyone, please wait patiently. In about 7 days, the genius zone will be opened. The moment the genius zone opens, it will be a glorious moment. Yes, this is the lair of the third-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world. Just entering it once will not be a waste of your life. It's a pity that our age does not meet the requirements to enter the genius zone. Another elder said with a face full of pity. Few big senior brother, there are still 7 days left. Let's sit down and wait. Xiao Han sat down cross-legged. There were so many people, and there were countless experts among them. Xiao Han's mental state became very tired after looking at them for a long time. Therefore, Xiao Han stopped observing and sat down to adjust his state of life and mental state. Chapter 461. A huge continent that was comparable to the territory of the most powerful empire of any plane was floating in the vast universe. More than 100 million human clan Taoists were clearly divided. They formed their own camps and lined up on this continent, waiting. They were looking forward to the opening of the genius zone. There was a black planet right in front of this continent. Inside this black planet, there would occasionally be supreme immortal qi leaking out. This was the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. The first layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, the genius zone, would be opened in 7 days. Most of the Taoists were sitting cross-legged now. They were extremely nervous and anxious, but they did not dare to make any noise. They could only wait patiently. However, the Taoists from the same plane would talk to each other in a low voice. The scene was too quiet and deathly still. Now, Xiao Han's depressed and suffocating state of mind had finally calmed down. The liquid spiritual force star in his sea of consciousness was slightly opened and secreted a cool stream, watering Xiao Han's pores, blood, and skin, making Xiao Han's spirit clear. Junior brother Xiao Han, let's close our eyes and take a nap. The atmosphere is too depressing. It makes one's spirit uncomfortable. It's very exhausting. Let's take a rest. Anyway, there are still 7 days before the genius zone opens. It's useless for us to stare at it now. Xiao Mingqiu subconsciously yawned and said to Xiao Han in a low voice. Okay, Xiao Han nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, Xiao Han heard it. Faint snoring sounds could be heard from all directions. It seemed that it was not only the chivalrous heroes from Xiao Han's plane who chose to take a nap. Most of the chivalrous heroes from other planes also had their eyelids heavy and were unconsciously immersed in dreamland. Xiao Han's mental strength was strong, so he did not fall asleep. While he closed his eyes to rest, his mind was spinning. The genius zone. It's about to open. Heh. In the history of the immortal world, the third-ranked immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, left behind treasures in this world. It was said that it was the accumulation of his entire life. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. He was known as the immortal emperor of the entire immortal world. He was the immortal emperor with the most treasures. Compared to the first and second-ranked immortal emperors, the temptation was indeed huge. No wonder countless planes were gathering their elites and were led by the pagoda master. Coming out in full force, let's not guess if this immortal Emperor Zhu Dao has fallen. Is immortal Emperor Zhu Dao stronger than the demon god in my heart? If he fought with the demon god, who would win? I encountered a mysterious immortal on the way back from the mission of sneaking into the demon metropolis to assassinate Yan Lang. Who is he? Was he an immortal emperor? Although the demon egg in my heart has been sealed by the myriad immortal grand formation and many immortal talismans, there will still be a day when it breaks out of its cocoon. Once the demon god merges its soul with the invincible cosmic beast, it will become an invincible evil creature that can dominate the myriad of worlds. I must improve my combat strength as soon as possible and cultivate my saber intent to perfection. Only then will I be able to save myself. As soon as he calmed down, Xiao Han's mind was in a mess, as all sorts of thoughts filled his mind. Xiao Han understood that he had already fallen into a situation that was beyond redemption. In the heart, there was the most terrifying evil spirit in the universe, which could be brewing and exploding at any time. Genius Zone. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and looked at the black planet. I, Xiao Han, of course, covet the treasure of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. This is related to whether I, Xiao Han, can survive. There are so many geniuses competing with me, Xiao Han, but in order to survive, Xiao Han will not hesitate to fight. I am not afraid of any competitors. A strong belief slowly rose from Xiao Han's heart. Time seemed to be stretched. Every day seemed to be very long. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days of waiting seemed to be particularly anxious. Every chivalrous swordsman on the platform now deeply understood the essence of passing a day like a year. However, no matter how hard it was to wait, time would still pass inadvertently. Finally, 7 days passed. The auspicious day for the opening of the Genius Zone had arrived. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, there was a faint glimmer of light on the black planet. Ah! There's movement. Finally, there's movement. It's the location of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair. It's reflecting light. Yes. There seems to be a huge change brewing inside the black planet. It's opening. It's about to open. After waiting for so many days, I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. It's finally here. It's not easy. What a grand occasion. This is an unprecedented grand occasion. An almost invincible immortal emperor secretly left his lair in the mortal world. It's going to unveil its mysterious veil in front of us. So excited. This seat's soul is trembling. In an instant, the demon warriors who were sitting, lying, or crouching all jumped up from the ground. All of them, regardless of whether they were at the Tower Master level, the Elder level, or the Demon Warrior level, focused their eyes and stared at the location of the black planet without blinking. They did not even dare to blink. They were afraid of missing any details. Everyone was witnessing a great miracle at the same time. At this moment, some people were completely holding their breath. Some people's faces were flushed. Some people used their hands to press on their hearts, trying their best to keep it stable. Some people were so nervous that they could not stand steadily and needed the support of their companions. They went through all the hardships and did not hesitate to do the most terrifying roaming and shuttling in the universe. They risked their lives to come here. Now, the moment of unveiling was coming. Xiao Han was also extremely nervous. He kept sticking out his tongue and licking his dry and dehydrated lips. He clenched his fists and stared at the black planet without blinking. All eyes were on him. Time seemed to freeze. At this moment, buzz, suddenly, the black planet moved. Then, buzz buzz, the black planet. It seemed to move twice. Then, 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. The black planet continued to move rhythmically, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. And every time it moved, it would affect the hearts of billions of people. Every time it moved, the demon warriors' hearts would twitch. Puff. 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 The black planet expanded and shrank crazily, and the frequency of the rhythm became faster and faster. With the black planet as the center, sound waves were emitted in all directions. In an instant, the universe's earth was rolling under the sound waves, the air was shaking under the sound waves, flames emerged from inside the black planet, cold air was also wantonly ejected from inside the black planet, blue heavenly fire. Weeping gold cold air. They were all drifting everywhere. At this moment, the originally quiet universe seemed to have become a world like the abyss of hell. The continent where many demon warriors were located began to tremble. Every demon warrior on it. They were all panicking. But none of them dared to act rashly. He continued to stare at the black planet without blinking. The next moment, boom, finally. A layer of restriction on the surface of the black planet seemed to have broken. Light shone brightly, and there were destructive waves everywhere. This formation was like thousands of immortals attacking together. Their power and momentum were simply overwhelming the universe, swallowing the Milky Way, blowing up the planet, and leaving dust everywhere. The sound of the planet's disintegration was endless. In an instant, countless explosions were triggered from the surface of the black planet. Layers of beautiful multicolored light bloomed like flowers. However, although these multicolored lights looked gorgeous and beautiful, they were extremely powerful. Even the space crystal wall was crushed. This was simply the divine light of the immortal path, which could only be released by immortals. Then, crack crack crack, the surface of the black planet began to crack. Some inexplicable substances began to fall off. Then, an unparalleled radiance appeared. The substances that fell off the surface of the black planet were crushed into nothingness by the multicolored light as soon as they fell off. Gradually, the surface of the black planet was no longer dark, but a small world of light appeared. A mysterious spacetime. In it, there were many magical treasures, endless elixirs, mountains of ores, several Taoist books, and even powerful energy and the true meaning of the immortal path left behind by immortals. After the black restriction fell off, a world that looked like a fairyland was revealed. All the heroes could see that in this independent world, the sky was so blue, the clouds were as soft as silk, and the water was so clear that they could see the lines on the pebbles at the bottom of the water. All kinds of ancient trees from the immortal world were thousands of meters tall, and their roots were like dragons. All of them were mottled with the traces of time. In this world, there were many immortal palaces, heavenly palaces, and the embryonic form of the halls of heaven. There were countless halls, and numerous magnificent pillars that towered into the sky. There were layers upon layers of doors, just like an ancient maze. This world was as beautiful as a painting. It was truly mesmerizing. Moreover, it gave people an extremely dreamy, unreal, and unattainable feeling. It's open. The genius zone is open. The immortal world. After the restriction on the surface of the black planet peeled off, the immortal world appeared inside. So beautiful. So spectacular. This is the genius zone. The surface of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair? It's indescribable. It's vast and indescribable. So many treasures. Oh my God. I see so many treasures. Immortal pills. Immortal chi. Such pure and elegant immortal chi. Just a little bit of it to nourish the body will bring endless benefits. Ah, to be able to enter the genius zone, even if it's just for a day, no, half a day, or even an hour, my life will not be in vain. In other words, our genius heroes below 10,000 years old can directly enter the genius zone and pick up treasures? Oh my God. This genius zone is only on the surface, and it's already so magical and dazzling. What will happen if we go deep into the core? No, 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 the core is not something we can get our hands on. No. I'm not being delusional. I just want to get a little benefit from the genius zone. As long as it's something as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, I'll be satisfied. The mission of us mortals is to help the immortals in the upper realm to open up the genius zone. The core is the goal of the immortals. On this continent, the sounds of dreams, exclamations, and screams rang out one after another. So this is what the genius zone looks like. Could this be the legendary immortal world? It's about time. This is probably what the immortal world looks like. It's so great. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with dreamy colors. The genius zone is finally open. Xiao Mingxu's voice trembled and choked with emotion. To be continued. Chapter 462. Under everyone's gaze. The genius zone was finally open. However, none of the chivalrous heroes standing on that continent dared to move. No one dared to be the first to fly towards the genius zone. Each and every one of them stood there like a wooden statue. Their brains were filled with excitement, yet they were also inexplicably terrified. Everyone's blood was surging like a tide. At this moment. Ha 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 ha, good. I believe that with the opening of the lair I left behind in the mortal world, there will be a large number of mortals attempting to enter and explore. Ha 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 ha, a series of laughter came from inside that planet. This laughter was very spacious and sounded very indifferent. However, it contained a supreme and invincible aura. It contained the will of an immortal emperor. It caused the entire starry sky to tremble and sway. The sovereign descends to the world. In the 10 heavens and 9 earths, I am the only one. Under the influence of this voice, all mortals were insignificant. It caused countless chivalrous heroes standing on the continent, including the tower masters, to feel uneasy. They could only submit and worship it. Their bones were twitching. In an instant, everyone quieted down. Then, boom, 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 most of the chivalrous heroes present knelt down. Just the voice of an immortal emperor was enough to make mortals kneel down. Suddenly, Xiao Han was also shocked by this mysterious and invincible aura. He was so shocked that his knees buckled. He was about to kneel down. However, the spiritual power planet in his sea of consciousness trembled. Gentle spiritual power flowed out like a spring and spread to Xiao Han's limbs and bones. The pressure on Xiao Han was relieved and he did not kneel down in the end. Xiao Han glanced around with the corner of his eyes. He found that not only Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Yan Qi, and the other chivalrous heroes had already knelt down with pale faces. Even the 12 elders and the tower masters had knelt down at this moment. In order not to appear too abrupt, Xiao Han also remained calm. He pretended to half-squat and kneel down. Soon. More than 100 million chivalrous heroes gradually knelt down. All of them were as silent as cicadas in winter. Their eyes naturally emitted an attitude of reverence. The scene was dead silent. Ha 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 ha, this emperor's lair opens once every 3,000 years. Yes, I'm not in the lair right now. What you're hearing is a voice message that I left behind before. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is not in his lair. Could it be that he has fallen? Xiao Han pondered. The voice you're hearing is the first set of voices that I left behind. If this voice still exists and hasn't dissipated, that means that no one has been able to enter the first level of my lair, the genius zone. Once someone successfully enters the genius zone, this set of voices will automatically disappear. Sigh. I wonder if the geniuses from the various ordinary planes will be able to meet the requirements to enter the genius zone of the first layer of my lair this time. I have set up a restriction in the genius zone. Immortals are not allowed to enter. Once they do, they will be killed immediately. Mortals over 10,000 years old are not allowed to enter either. They will die if they do. Ha 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 ha. This seat has always been kind to others. Therefore, the requirements to enter the genius zone are not harsh. On the contrary, it's very simple. As long as they are below 10,000 years old and are mortals, they can come in and try their luck. Ha 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 ha. However, this seat has to remind one thing. If your cultivation base is weak, you will overestimate yourself and enter the genius zone. It will be very easy for you to die. Of course, if your cultivation base is weak, you can also try your luck and enter the genius zone. But if you die, don't blame this seat for not reminding you beforehand. Ha 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 ha. This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao seems to be a bit unreasonable. Xiao Han instinctively felt it. Continue. This seat's lair is divided into 4 layers. The genius zone is only the first layer. In the 4th layer, there are some treasures that are unique in the heavens and earth. They are even rare in the immortal world. Ha 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 ha. This seat has liked to collect treasures since young. My wealth is comparable to a country. It's not exaggerating to say that this seat's treasures are probably equal to the resources and treasures of the entire immortal world. In fact, the quantity and quality of my treasures are slightly higher than the treasures of the entire immortal world. Ha 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 ha. Mortals, are you very excited to hear this news? Very excited? Ha 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 ha. Just the treasures of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao alone are comparable to the treasures of the entire immortal world? Xiao Han's heart trembled when he heard this. Terrifying. This is really too terrifying. No wonder countless immortals in the immortal world coveted this lair of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. They did not hesitate to spend energy and resources to build so many space springboards for us mortals to use. Xiao Han's heart trembled. The genius zone is the outermost layer of my lair. The treasures placed there are indeed not worth mentioning in the immortal world. There are some immortal pills, immortal equipment, ordinary offensive immortal treasures, defensive immortal treasures. Oh, right, there are also a few immortal treasures with special functions. As for low-level immortal techniques and secret manuals, there are also a few thousand of them. The more precious treasures, immortal pills and immortal chi are placed in the second, third, and fourth layer. However, no one, including other immortal emperors, can directly enter the second, third, and fourth layer of my lair. It can be said that the genius zone is the key to the second layer. The second layer is the key to the third layer. The third layer is the key to the fourth layer. Layer by layer. Step by step. Furthermore, each level has its own special restrictions. I won't reveal the restrictions of the second, third, and fourth levels for now. Wait until you open the genius zone first. What is certain is that the death rate in the genius zone is also very high. Mortals who enter the genius zone. You must be mentally prepared beforehand. No matter how monstrous you are. As long as you dare to enter, there is a possibility that you will die. If you are afraid of death, then don't enter as soon as possible. After a long time, immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice suddenly became a little lonely. Why did I divide my lair into 4 layers? Why do I have to set all kinds of restrictions? Heh. Sigh, thinking back to my past. I've roamed the immortal world unhindered for my entire life. I've always been arrogant and unruly. But now, according to my personality, I won't easily hand over all the treasures I've accumulated my entire life to someone else. I'll definitely set up some barriers. Those who are capable will take it. On one hand, I want to manipulate you. To treat you as chess pieces. To obtain my treasures. It is not that easy. However, in terms of the quality of the treasures, there's nothing wrong with you guys being my puppets and chess pieces for a while. You will also be willing. You can't wait to be manipulated by me. Ha 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 ha. On the other hand, sigh, I have been a loner all my life. I have no heirs or descendants. I don't even have a disciple. I have been lonely all my life. Although I am an immortal emperor, in the end, I am also lonely all my life. Lonely. In the end, I found out that I am so lonely. Compared to the common people in the secular world, I am still lacking. What a pity. My mantle doesn't have a successor. Therefore, the first layer of my lair, the genius zone, is prepared for the geniuses of ordinary planes who are under 10,000 years old. This is a test. My wish is to choose one of you geniuses from the secular world to inherit my legacy. Inherit my invincible saber Dao. There can only be one successor to the legacy. At the core of the 4th layer, there is my orthodoxy. You geniuses, whoever can walk to the end, break through the checkpoints one by one, and finally enter the 4th layer, will be able to obtain my orthodoxy. From then on, you will soar to the sky, move unhindered in the immortal world, demon world, and dominate the universe. The 4th layer has immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy. Whoever can obtain it will directly inherit immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's position in the immortal world. For a moment, all the geniuses on the continent felt their blood boiling and completely ignited. A chance for a carp to jump over the dragon gate. It was definitely a chance for a carp to jump over the dragon gate. However, there could only be one successor to his legacy. Yes, there can only be one successor to the legacy. However, the others don't have to worry. Even if they can't inherit my legacy, as long as they are talented, skillful, and lucky, they can still obtain other treasures. Immortal pills and immortal chi are endless, all kinds of magical treasures are endless, and there is also the chance for immortal chi and immortal technique to be enlightened. In short, there are a lot of benefits. It depends on whether you have the ability to take them. Ha 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 ha. If you have the ability, you can have as many treasures as you want. There is no lack of treasures. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, these treasures are useless to me. I'll just give them to you guys. Ha 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 ha. You guys are really lucky. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao should be the most powerful saber user in the immortal world. If I can obtain his orthodoxy and inherit his Dao of saber, my saber intent will definitely reach the godly level. Then, I'll be able to kill my inner demon and the soul of the demon god inside the demon egg. Xiao Han's heart was also burning with excitement. If I can activate my life saber chi and kill it before the demon god inside the demon egg fuses perfectly with the terrifying cosmic beast, then I, Xiao Han, will be able to escape and come back to life. Good. Good. Opportunity. An opportunity that can save my life. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with determination. For my life, I'll risk it all. I want to obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's orthodoxy. I don't care about the other treasures. I want to pass through the 4 levels and obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's inheritance and become his only disciple. Alright, I'm done with the simple rules. Now, those who meet the requirements can enter the Genius Zone. After entering the Genius Zone, there are other rules. At that time, I'll send a voice transmission to let those who enter know. Let's begin. The Genius Zone will close in 3 days. Hurry up and line up to enter. Finally, I'll remind you of a few points. Immortals and mortals above 10,000 years old, don't challenge my rules. Don't try to take advantage of the situation and teleport into the Genius Zone. That's courting death. Demon race? Yes, if any demon race wants to sneak in, they'll also be courting death. Once the demon race enters the Genius Zone, their demon power will be restricted. Ha 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 ha. Those who are of the appropriate age must be silent when entering the Genius Zone. Fighting and quarreling are not allowed. That's blasphemy against me. Those who violate the rules will be obliterated. Alright, enter. 3 days later, the Genius Zone will close. You can no longer enter. Hurry up. Enter. 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 To be continued. Chapter 463. After Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao finished announcing the basic rules of the Genius Zone. Finally, the Genius Zone was completely open to the evil heroes of the right age who came to the continent. Now, all the evil heroes of the right age could fly into the Genius Zone. The first treasure hunt in Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair had officially begun. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice became silent and disappeared without a trace. The peerless pressure of the Immortal Emperor also disappeared, causing the evil heroes on the continent to stand up from their kneeling position. Each of them breathed out a mouthful of foul air, but they still had lingering fears. They did not doubt that the voice just now could destroy their divine souls with a flick of a finger. Soon, the tower masters of the various planes on the continent began to make emergency arrangements. A strange evil man wearing a black cloak with a strange bat embroidered on it looked at the hundreds of evil heroes under his command. His eyes were burning with passion as he let out a strange laugh. Children, enter the Genius Zone. Take back the immortal treasures. Yes. Tower Master. We will take the treasures in the Genius Zone. Tower Master, please wait for our good news. Hundreds of powerful evil heroes shouted in unison. All of them felt their blood boiling. Then, they controlled their true chi and flew towards the surface of the Black Planet, towards the genius zone that was as bright as the immortal world. A man in crimson battle armor appeared. His eyes were closed, and lightning seemed to shoot out from them. There was a faint red mark between his eyebrows, and his entire body was filled with an aura of immortality. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his fingers gently moved. The surrounding space began to ripple and even cracks appeared occasionally. It's open. The genius zone is finally open. Good, very good. Endless immortal pills for all to pick up. Moreover, the fourth level of the genius zone also contains the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. Children. Let's attack. Break through the genius zone. Break through the levels one by one. I hope that the legacy of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao will fall into the hands of the geniuses of our plane. Let's go. Thousands of evil heroes burst out with thunderous roars. Then, they rode the clouds and flew into the genius zone. It was a bald giant shrouded in purple flames. His aura was like that of a god. Above his head, there was a mysterious pattern of the universe. He roared. All of you, go to the genius zone. I don't have too many requirements for you. As for the second and third members of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's lair, I don't have many requirements for you. Fourth floor. I won't covet it anymore. However, you must obtain enough treasures from the genius zone. Otherwise, bring your head out to see me. Roar. Yes. Pagoda Master. The pagoda masters of every plane were encouraging their subordinates, causing their blood to boil with excitement. Disregarding life and death, he resolutely entered the genius zone. In fact, every single celestial pill and strand of celestial chi in the genius zone was extremely precious. They were all priceless treasures that could not be bred in the secular world. Therefore, almost without encouragement, the chivalrous swordsmen moved forward bravely, swearing to break into the genius zone even at the cost of their lives. At a time like this, almost no chivalrous hero would retreat. Even if he were to die, he would still charge forward. The fiendish heroes transformed into beams of true chi and charged into the genius zone. At a glance, they were like a swarm of locusts. They were densely packed. It was a ghastly sight. And in Xiao Han's plane, the pagoda master and the 12 elders were also making their final mobilization. Including Xiao Han, there were 76 people in this plane who met the conditions to enter the genius zone. Including Xiao Han's 5 slaves, there were 81 people. I won't say any more nonsense. The pagoda master's voice was completely distorted and hoarse. The rise and fall of this plane, the future development of this plane, all depends on you. Our plane is too weak. Bullied by others. The pagoda master's voice was completely choked. His eyes were red, and he was about to cry. I'm counting on you. Bring back celestial pills and celestial chi from the genius zone. All kinds of magic treasures. Although only a few dozen of you entered our plane, but I believe that you can create miracles. Please. Finally, the pagoda master cried. Many chivalrous heroes were deeply moved, and they all made vows. Pagoda master, don't worry. Even if we die, we will still get the treasures. Pagoda master, it's time for us to serve the plane. No one wants to be an ant. Fight. Fight with this life. Die without regrets. Pagoda master, don't worry and wait. Maybe we can really create a miracle. Xiao Han sneered disapprovingly. This pagoda master is playing the emotional card at this time. Really? What an idiot. Bewitching people's hearts, making us risk our lives to search for treasures while he sits and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. Suddenly, the pagoda master looked at Xiao Han with tears in his eyes. Xiao Han. In fact, in our plane, you are the most competitive. You are the most monstrous, the most heaven-defying. You single-handedly annihilated all the elites of the Naron plane. Moreover, you even have an immortal artifact that can increase one's spiritual force. I'm the most optimistic about you. It's no exaggeration to say that you are the hope of our entire plane, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, for the plane, for your future, you must work hard. I am optimistic about you. Defeat all the competitors from other planes and stand out. Heh. I hope so. Xiao Han smiled coldly. Alright, everyone, make your final preparations. After that, let's go. Enter the genius zone as soon as possible, the pagoda master urged. Then, the dozens of fiends from Xiao Han's dimension quickly gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started whispering to each other. Eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, let's fly in together. If we encounter any danger, I'll take you into the despair demon compound. However, the voice message left behind by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said that the demonic power of the demon race would be restricted in the genius zone. Although I'm not a monster, but my left arm, on the other hand, has refined the demon god's palm, and its demonic power is surging. At that time, I wonder if I can still unleash various demonic techniques. How about this? Eldest senior brother, why don't you guys enter the despair demon compound in my left arm now? Junior brother Xiao Han, this. Xiao Mingchu's eyes widened. A ray of light flashed across his eyes as he said resolutely. Forget it. Junior brother Xiao Han, if your demonic technique is restricted in the genius zone, then once we are teleported into the despair demon compound, I'm afraid we won't be able to come out. I also want to personally go to the genius zone to take a look and try my luck with immortal fate. It's dangerous, but if I miss this opportunity, I'll definitely die. He would regret it for the rest of his life. It's fine. I've decided to give it a try. I won't rely on junior brother Xiao Han's demonic technique anymore. Even if I'm killed by the geniuses from other planes, I'll die without regrets. After a pause, Xiao Mingchu smiled. Junior brother Xiao Han, don't worry too much about me. Maybe I'll have great luck. Not only will I not die, but I'll also gain something. Ha ha ha, that's hard to say, right? Luo Tianyu also laughed heartily. Yes, little brother Xiao Han. I'll also risk it. Riches are found in danger. This time, I'll go deep into the tiger's den. I'll also stake it all on one throw. Hearing this, Xiao Han immediately nodded. Alright, eldest senior brother, big brother Luo, let's teleport in together. When the time comes, we'll have companions and we can take care of each other. Alright. Xiao Mingchu and Luo Tianyu both nodded. At the same time, there were some other geniuses at the side. When they heard this, they all moved closer to Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Let's go together. These geniuses all knew how powerful Xiao Han was, so they also wanted to seek some protection. Even Yan Qi, who had fallen out with Xiao Han, shamelessly moved closer with a flattering smile. Xiao Han did not say much. He looked at his 5 slaves and asked, "What about you guys?" "Master, we'd like to try our luck as well." The 5 slaves were not afraid. All right. Everyone, let's go in together. Xiao Han's spirits lifted as he looked towards the genius zone. At this moment, the crowd was like a tide, surging towards the genius zone. Let's go. Let's go in. Xiao Han suddenly rose into the air. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, and the other geniuses immediately activated their true qi and followed beside Xiao Han. Go in. Xiao Han's true qi surged out of his body, and his entire body shot into the genius zone like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Mingchu and the others followed closely behind. In a few flashes, Xiao Han and the others entered the genius zone. We're finally in. Our people are finally in. The pagoda master seemed to be sleep-talking. He clasped his hands together and prayed silently. I don't ask for anything else. Even if it's a pot of immortal pills and a few immortal weapons, I'll be satisfied. Even if all the geniuses from our realm are annihilated, it'll be worth it if they can bring back some treasures. At this moment, Xiao Han. He flew into the dazzling light. He flew into the genius zone that was like a celestial realm. Boom, his feet were steady. His vision was filled with strange and dazzling lights. Countless twisted rays of light crisscrossed. Huff, Xiao Han shook his head forcefully and paused for dozens of breaths before his blurry vision returned to normal. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, he subconsciously called out. Eldest senior brother, Brother Luo, you guys, huh? Unexpectedly, when Xiao Han opened his eyes, there was no one around him. Xiao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Yan Qi, and his 5 slaves were all gone. Not only was there no news of the geniuses from this realm, but there was also no sign of any geniuses from other realms. Not only was there no news from the chivalrous bird in this dimension, there was not even a shadow in the surroundings. There was not a single chivalrous bird in the other dimensions. Are you serious? Xiao Han was stunned. Countless geniuses were teleported here. There are at least tens of millions of them. They were teleported here like a swarm of bees. How come there's not even a ghost around me? Immediately after, Xiao Han calmed himself down a little and started looking around. Xiao Han found that the place he was in was extremely elegant. There was a warm fragrance in the air, and there was a faint immortal aura in all directions. There were green hills and clear waters, torrential streams, fallen leaves dancing in the air, small bridges, and flowing water. The sky was blue, and the clouds were like silk. It was a completely otherworldly scene. However, it was a little too quiet. It seems that I've entered the genius zone. Xiao Han's eyes flickered. But what should I do now? Look for treasures? Look for immortal pills and various immortal weapons? Chapter 464. Xiao Han was finally teleported to the genius zone. However, after entering, other than being attracted by the ethereal charm and beautiful scenery of the genius zone, the rest was full of doubts. Xiao Han's side was empty. Not only Xiao Mingchu and the others were nowhere to be seen, but there was also no news of the other heroes from other planes. The atmosphere was mysterious and strange. Xiao Han was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Then, he subconsciously stepped forward. He wanted to go around a green mountain and walk further away to take a look. At this moment, ha 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 ha, a supreme and invincible voice echoed in Xiao Han's ears, causing his entire body to tremble violently. It's Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice. Xiao Han stopped. Heroes who have just entered the genius zone, don't act rashly. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was extremely indifferent. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to the genius zone, this emperor's lair. I'm sure all of you must have gone through a lot of trouble to be able to enter. Ha ha ha, but it doesn't matter. This emperor will repay all of you. Oh right, from now on, you are all my pawns. Ha 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 ha. Although he was laughing, there was no trace of joy in his voice. Now, I will announce the rules for entering for the first time. Every chivalrous hero will receive this message from me when they enter for the first time. Listen carefully. Rules for entering for the first time? Xiao Han stopped moving and held his breath. He listened attentively, afraid that he would miss out on any details. Entering the genius zone for the first time, you must be very confused. Ha 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 ha. Now, you can't see your companions around you, and you can't release your spirit power to scan. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice finally contained a trace of playfulness. At the same time, Xiao Han tried to circulate his spirit power and release a spirit wave. Shockingly, what? As soon as the spirit wave was released, there was no news at all. I can't sense the surrounding environment at all. Scanning and surveying. This is strange. My spirit wave is able to scan an area of millions of miles. Why is it restricted here? Xiao Han was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. In fact, You are in the restriction set by me. To put it simply, this restriction is like a maze, so you can't sense the other demons around you. His mental power had also failed. However, this was only temporary. 3 days later, the restriction would automatically disappear. At that time, everything would return to normal. You can see other chivalrous heroes who have entered the genius zone. They can also release their mental strength and activate their true chi to fly. It's no different from the outside world. Just wait. He would patiently wait here for 3 days. The immortal chi around you is of very low quality. It doesn't have the effect of refining your body. However, after it seeps into your skin, pores, and internal organs, it can replenish your nutrients. You won't feel hungry or thirsty even if you don't drink or eat. Alright, let's wait for 3 days. In 3 days, I'm sure all of the fiends who want a share of the pain will be teleported in. When the time comes, I'll close the genius zone, and the adventure and test will officially begin. 3 days later, I will send you a voice transmission again. And, let's meet again in 3 days. Finally, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice disappeared. Oh, so it's the maze restriction. Xiao Han finally understood. Wait for 3 days? That's right, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao said before that the genius zone will be closed after 3 days. He wanted to wait for all the fiends to be teleported in without missing a single one. 3 days is enough for the fiends to be teleported into the genius zone. Xiao Han stopped at the same place for a moment and then wandered around. As expected, Xiao Han found that the area he was in was indeed restricted. There were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping, and flowers fragrant. He wandered around, but he couldn't get out. Forget it. I'll rest here for 3 days. Xiao Han sat cross-legged. He looked inside with his mental strength. At this time, Xiao Han found that the demonic force in his left demon sovereign's palm was sealed by an inexplicable energy. The demon emperor's palm is almost completely sealed. Xiao Han felt a slight chill down his spine. If I lose my powerful demonic techniques, then I can only rely on my mental strength and saber intent. My true chi realm and the strength of my physical body are completely useless in the battle against the countless monsters from the other planes. Xiao Han felt a chill run down his spine. Although Xiao Han already knew that his demonic force would be restricted before he entered the genius zone, he didn't expect it to be so severe. Xiao Han was slightly panicked. He took a few deep breaths and tried to adjust his condition. Then, Xiao Han looked inside at the demon egg that was sealed by the 10,000 Immortal Grand Formation. Strangely, the demon egg's aura and life force did not seem to be restricted in the genius zone. If Xiao Han released the 10,000 Immortal Grand Formation, the violent demonic chi would definitely burst out, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster and the sky to change color. My demonic force and demonic technique are almost completely restricted. This is extremely disadvantageous to me. But then again, it makes sense. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's territory naturally does not allow any demonic chi to exist. Xiao Han kept comforting himself. Forget it, forget it. Fortunately, I've cultivated the extinguishing sky and earth mental technique to level 19 on the way to the genius zone. Otherwise, 3 days of waiting. Xiao Han did not move and sat cross-legged for 3 whole days. After 3 days, the space around him started to loosen. Sounds of bamboo breaking could be heard. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's restriction is about to break. Xiao Han stood up and looked around vigilantly. Once the restriction is broken, I'll be able to see the other demons that entered the genius zone. Of course, they might also be able to see me. At this moment, boom, a loud sound was heard. It was as if the entire genius zone was shaking. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's laughter could be heard. All young demons that entered the genius zone, 3 days have passed and the genius zone is closed. The restriction that I've set around your bodies will also be completely removed. You will be able to walk out of the maze. However, before I remove the restriction, I have an important announcement. Listen carefully. What's the announcement? This immortal Emperor Zhu Dao is really troublesome. Xiao Han was speechless. This is my territory. If you want to obtain my lifetime collection, you will naturally have to abide by the rules that I've set. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice was filled with heat. Everyone. This is the first test after entering the genius zone. I'm going to announce to everyone. You can treat this test as a small game. It's an extremely simple game. In this game, no harm. No killing either. This is a peaceful game. This emperor has always been kind. This first game is enough to prove my kindness. No harm. No killing, a peaceful game? Xiao Han was getting more and more confused. But what he could do now was to continue listening. At the center of the genius zone, there's a giant hall. The secret treasures that I've placed in the genius zone are all piled up in the giant hall. What treasures are there in the giant hall? I'll reveal it first. There are bottles of high-quality immortal qi. These immortal qi can be used to refine your body, allowing you to condense an immortal body. In the ordinary plane that you're in, there's also some immortal qi floating in the heaven and earth. You've cultivated your true qi, opened 101 true acupoints and opened your heavenly eye, allowing you to capture this rare immortal qi. However, the immortal qi in the giant hall of the genius zone is at least 10 times better than the immortal qi in your plane. Ha 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 ha. Of course, in order to use the immortal qi to nourish your body and condense an immortal body, your foundation must be strong enough. If your realm is not high enough, your body will not be able to withstand the immortal qi and might explode. However, after you've obtained the immortal qi, you can bring it out. When you've accumulated enough, you can use the immortal qi to refine your body. Immortal pills. All kinds of immortal pills with miraculous effects are piled up like mountains. Body refinement, mental strength refinement, perception enhancement, lifespan. All kinds of immortal pills, offensive immortal treasures, defensive immortal treasures, special immortal treasures. There are also many Tao books and immortal techniques. All the treasures are stored in the giant hall at the center of the genius zone. There aren't any magic treasures outside the giant hall. You won't be able to find them even if you dig 3 feet into the ground. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Could it be that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's first game is to let us rush into the giant hall at the center of the genius zone and search for treasures? Xiao Han guessed. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's voice sounded again. Ha. The first game isn't to enter the giant hall, but to obtain the qualification to enter the giant hall. Yes, I've already told you that there are countless treasures in the giant hall. However, the trace of divine sense that I left in the genius zone hasn't completely dissipated yet. I discovered that there are tens of millions of evil heroes pouring into the genius zone this time. Ha ha ha, it's several times more than what I expected. Yes, there are a lot of treasures in the giant hall, but it's not enough for so many evil heroes. Therefore, not every evil hero that enters the giant hall will have a chance to search for treasures. The requirement to enter the giant hall is to obtain immortal stones. The so-called immortal stones are ordinary stones in the immortal world, but their shape and luster are similar to the gems in your human world. These immortal stones are useless in the immortal world, but they can be used to beautify your world. Outside the giant hall, the entire genius zone is scattered with immortal stones. Some immortal stones are deep underground, some are hidden in streams and rivers, and some are even nurtured in ordinary rocks. Immortal stones are very well hidden and not easy to find. The first game is to search for immortal stones. Listen, once you find 10 immortal stones, you can enter the giant hall that stores the treasures. Everyone, the time to search for immortal stones is 3 days. From now on, the giant hall is open. As long as you can find 10 immortal stones, you can enter the giant hall. In the process of searching for immortal stones, evil heroes are not allowed to kill each other. Snatching the immortal stones found by other evil heroes is not allowed. Violators will be killed immediately. Of course, if you voluntarily give the immortal stones to other evil heroes, it's not against the rules. After 3 days, the giant hall will close. Evil heroes that can't find 10 immortal stones will be expelled from the genius zone and sent out. Oh. I understand, I completely understand. Hearing Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's explanation, Xiao Han understood. Simple, it's indeed simple. Just find the immortal stones hidden in the hidden areas of the genius zone. Once you find 10 immortal stones, you can enter the giant hall. After 3 days, if you can't find 10 immortal stones, you will be eliminated. The good thing about this is that when searching for the immortal stones, killing and robbing are not allowed. Everyone depends on their luck. It's indeed a peaceful game with no harm and no killing, ha 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 ha. The rules of this game are very simple and relaxing, right? Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao laughed. According to the traces of divine sense left by this emperor, there are more than 80 million evil heroes that have entered the genius zone. Ha 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 ha. Close to 100 million. The restrictions around your bodies will disappear soon, and you will be able to search for immortal stones everywhere. Lastly, this emperor will remind you of a few things. First, 10 immortal stones is just a stepping stone. It doesn't mean that once you find 10 immortal stones, you will be able to enter the giant hall and search for treasures. You must try your best to find as many immortal stones as possible. Only when you have enough immortal stones can you exchange for treasures in the giant hall. Yes, this emperor will tell you now, the treasures in the giant hall must be exchanged with immortal stones. With only 10 immortal stones, you can indeed enter the giant hall. However, it's useless even if you go in. Because there are no extra immortal stones to exchange for treasures. Ha ha ha, try your best to find them. The more immortal stones you accumulate, the more benefits you will get when you enter the giant hall. Second, there are a lot of immortal stones scattered in the genius zone. However, it's difficult to find some hidden immortal stones with your naked eyes. Therefore, try your best to sense them. Because every immortal stone contains a faint, special immortal aura. Searching for immortal stones is, in fact, a test of your immortal affinity and sense of the immortal world. To be continued. Chapter 465. After the genius zone was completely closed, almost all the monsters that entered were in position. Their numbers reached a terrifying 80 million. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced the first rule of the genius zone. Search for immortal stones. Within 3 days, if one could not find 10 immortal stones, they would be rejected by the genius zone and teleported out. Thus, they would lose the chance to compete. The more immortal stones I find, the better. Xiao Han completely understood the essence of the rules. After entering the giant hall in the center of the genius zone, they probably rely on immortal stones to exchange for various treasures. The more precious the treasure, the more immortal stones they need. Damn it! I am going to search for immortal stones like crazy. Suddenly, Xiao Han's body was filled with energy. At this moment, boom, the restrictive spell surrounding Xiao Han suddenly burst open. Ripples appeared in the entire space, and the surrounding scenery changed. The next moment, the originally picturesque scenery had actually turned into an ancient palace. Xiao Han was standing in the center of the palace. Looking around, Xiao Han saw that other than himself, there were 2 other monsters in the palace. However, they were not monsters from his plane. One of them was a bewitching young man dressed in black. He had a cold temperament, and his aura was as terrifying as that of a primordial beast. His body's true chi was extremely condensed, and jade talismans shot out of his pores, forming a great killing formation. He was a level 8 true chi talisman formation realm cultivator. However, Xiao Han released his mental power and scanned, and he vaguely knew. This demonic young man's foundation in meridian expansion and talisman formation was extremely solid. He was at least a few hundred times stronger than his big senior brother Xiao Mingchu. The other one was a fat man in red clothes. He looked like a pig, but his eyes were extremely narrow. Occasionally, he would reveal a sharp aura. Xiao Han and the two swordsmen briefly met face to face, and then they stared at each other with their eyes wide open. I wonder how a trash at the Meridian expansion realm came in. The demonic young man in black clothes muttered in disdain. Killing intent flashed across his eyes as he moved half a step towards Xiao Han. However, he quickly stopped. The fat man in red clothes. He chuckled. Don't fight. The rule that immortal Emperor Zhu Dao announced was peace. At the very least, killing was strictly prohibited during the process of searching for immortal stones. This is a rule that protects the weak. Ha 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 ha. Let's look for immortal stones. Don't fight here. After saying that, the red-clothed fatty quickly strolled around and rummaged through the cabinets and cabinets. The bewitching black-clothed young man viciously glared at Xiao Han before his figure flashed and he arrived at the side of the palace's screen. He searched carefully. What about eldest senior brother and the others? Xiao Han was confused. I was clearly teleported in with eldest senior brother and the others, so why are they nowhere to be seen? Instead, there are two people I don't know by my side. Could it be that we were separated after entering the genius zone? He paused for a moment. Xiao Han also slightly shrugged his shoulders. Forget it, before we enter the giant hall. Everything was safe. Eldest senior brother and the others would not be in any danger. As long as they dared to fight or snatch the celestial stones, they would be killed by immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's divine sense. There was absolutely no hero who dared to do such a thing. All right. Let's not bother with eldest senior brother and the rest for now. I'll make the best use of my time to look for celestial stones. Xiao Han perked up and scanned his surroundings. The palace was extremely spacious, bright, and large. Xiao Han was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he searched every inch of the palace, leaving nothing behind. At the same time, Xiao Han released his mental energy. The liquid mental energy planet in his brain was previously imprisoned, but at this moment, it was completely released. Boom, a tyrannical mental energy was released like an octopus, covering a boundless area. Xiao Han was stunned. Outside, in a normal space, my mental energy is unimpeded and can cover an area of millions of miles. But in this genius zone, the space barrier is thick and hard, and there is immortal chi crisscrossing, causing the scanning range of my mental energy to be compressed to about 800,000 miles. Xiao Han took a while to get used to it. As a matter of fact, as long as one was in this genius zone, not only would Xiao Han's mental energy be restricted, but any hero who came in would also be restricted. This was because this genius zone had a taste of the immortal realm. The heaven and earth space was much stronger than the outside world. The law of space, law of time, and various other laws were condensed to an extreme, causing everyone's soul and mental energy to be greatly restricted. In fact, the frequency and speed of his Jinshi attacks were also somewhat restricted. It's alright. This restriction is fair to everyone. It's not just for me. Moreover, my mental energy can still spread for at least 800,000 miles, which is already very good. Xiao Han nodded silently. Then, within the range of his psychic waves, Xiao Han clearly saw a large number of Taoists, men and women, strong and weak. There were at least millions of them, all looking for celestial stones at the moment. In the forest, in the ruins, in the stream, in the mountains, on top of the ancient trees, next to the thatched cottage, in the palace. They searched everywhere. I found a celestial stone. Ha 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 ha. It's really a celestial stone. Ha 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 ha. Dozens of kilometers away from Xiao Han, a black man dug out a deity stone from the bottom of a mountain stream. Xiao Han focused his psychic waves and saw that the deity stone was ocean blue, about the size of a fingernail, and shone brightly. Ha 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 ha, there's actually an immortal stone hidden here. 100 miles away, a swordsman in shorts found an immortal stone in a bird's nest on an old tree. What was even more outrageous was that Xiao Han discovered that a few Taoists were digging several feet into the ground in a fertile area. They forcefully dug out a few immortal stones from the ground and wiped off the dirt on the surface, revealing a brilliant luster. Some heroes have already found the immortal stones. However, the distribution of the immortal stones is unknown. It was really strange. In a bird's nest, underground, underwater. This is too funny, isn't it? Xiao Han shook his head and retracted his mind power. He did not want to be distracted anymore. At this moment, he subconsciously walked to the French windows of the palace. Shockingly. Immortal stone. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. On the ground, there was a row of potted plants. Among them, there was a simple green potted plant with a rose-red brilliance rolling in it. Xiao Han grabbed the potted plant with his true qi. Then, he found that there was indeed a red immortal stone the size of a fingernail lying inside. Xiao Han took out the immortal stone and placed it in his hand. He carefully played with it, feeling slightly excited. It was rose-red and crystal clear. The texture was exquisite and moist. It was no different from a ruby in the secular world. When he held the immortal stone in his hand, there was a warm touch that passed through his skin and reached Xiao Han's heart. It actually made Xiao Han feel a touch of warmth. This is too magical. This immortal stone has a kind of effect of washing away the distracting thoughts in one's heart and calming one's mind. This is much more magical than the gems in the secular world. Xiao Han was overjoyed. I'm so lucky. It's so easy to find an immortal stone. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the black-clothed devilish man and the red-clothed fatty, who were searching for the immortal stone with Xiao Han in the palace, stopped what they were doing and looked at Xiao Han at the same time. In the depths of their eye sockets, there was a look of greed and fanaticism. Trash, give me that immortal stone. The black-clothed devilish man shouted at Xiao Han with a commanding tone. Although it was clearly forbidden to snatch the immortal stone from the hands of other evildoers, it was not against the rules if the other party voluntarily handed it over. The red-clothed fatty also hurriedly called out to Xiao Han. Little brother, lend me the immortal stone in your hand. Come, lend it to me. Just one look, idiot. Xiao Han replied coldly, I still need 9 more immortal stones before I can enter the giant hall. I don't have time to waste with you guys here. After saying that, Xiao Han turned around and walked straight out of the palace. Behind him, 2 waves of killing intent soared into the sky, but they quickly restrained themselves. Trash. I'll remember you. You better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Roar. The black-clothed devilish man's voice sounded behind Xiao Han, filled with deep resentment. After leaving the palace, the sun filled the sky. In front of him was a fragrant garden filled with immortal qi. All kinds of plants and flowers from the immortal world were thriving. There were about 100 evildoers patiently searching the garden. Some of the evildoers used their true qi to transform into tools like shovels and hoes, carefully digging the soil. Xiao Han stopped and released his spirit wave, enveloping the garden. He used his spirit wave to search for traces of the immortal stone. I'll use my spirit wave to scan it. It's much more convenient and faster than these evildoers using their naked eyes to observe. Xiao Han put the immortal stone he had already obtained into his storage ring and began to search for the second immortal stone with confidence. However, after his spirit wave rolled around the garden a few times, he did not find anything. There doesn't seem to be any immortal stones here. Xiao Han was not discouraged. He walked around the garden in 2 or 3 steps and walked out. Along the way, there were evildoers everywhere looking for immortal stones. Xiao Han also turned over the stones, crossed the stream, and climbed up the hill. He did not let go of any place that could possibly hide the immortal stone. However, after a full 2 hours, Xiao Han actually did not find anything. Occasionally, he would use his spirit wave to scan a shining immortal stone. Before Xiao Han could rush over, the nearest evildoer had already taken it. Looks like finding the first immortal stone was just my luck. Xiao Han sat under a gigantic cypress tree, looking sullen. It's going to be very difficult. First, the area of the genius zone is very large, but the immortal stones are only the size of a fingernail. Moreover, they are very well hidden. Even if I release my spirit wave, it's not easy to find them. Second, there are too many evildoers looking for the immortal stones. There are so many of them. Not only does it depend on who can find the immortal stones, it also depends on who is faster. 10 immortal stones. It seems easy, but in fact, it's very difficult. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. His mood was not as optimistic as it was at the beginning. At this moment, a gentle girl with long blue hair, an oval face, and a curvaceous body wrapped tightly in light armor walked towards Xiao Han. Her temperament was tranquil, and there was a kind of gentleness to her. She first smiled and greeted Xiao Han, then shyly said, Can I look for immortal stones here? Chapter 466. Xiao Han was slightly taken aback by the shy and adorable girl. It should be known that almost all the monsters from the other planes that Xiao Han had met were fierce and domineering. Few of them were as friendly and courteous as this girl. Xiao Han instinctively had a good impression of this girl, and he said with a faint smile, Miss, you are too polite. Feel free to search. But... Xiao Han rubbed his nose and shrugged slightly. I have already searched this place. There is no immortal stone. I will search again. The gentle blue-haired girl smiled quietly and was very obedient. Then please go ahead. Xiao Han also smiled. The blue-haired girl nodded politely at Xiao Han, and then sat down cross-legged. She took out a grass-green immortal stone from her storage ring, and then quietly closed her eyes, as if she was comprehending something. Xiao Han watched from the side, a little baffled, and did not know what was going on. After about 100 breaths, the girl opened her eyes, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. No way. Did she find something in this area? Xiao Han could not help but shake his head. I have searched this area carefully, and my mental power even seeped hundreds of meters into the ground, but I did not find anything. Did she really find it? Before Xiao Han could react, the girl stood up, and with a push of her right hand, vital qi condensed into a giant palm. Runes flew around, and it directly slapped away a rock that was dozens of feet tall. Then, she dashed over and bent down to rummage through the mud under the rock. In a few moments, a pile of yellow mud was held in the girl's hand like a treasure. Miss, you found the immortal stone? I have also used my mental power to scan the area under the rock, but it seems that there is nothing. Xiao Han could not help but walk over. The girl looked back and smiled, and then walked toward a nearby stream. Xiao Han followed behind, and gathered his mental power to scan the pile of mud in the girl's hand. It is just an ordinary pile of mud. Xiao Han concluded again. There is really no immortal stone. The young girl came to the side of the stream and carefully dug out 3 grains of dirt from the soil. Then, she put the 3 grains of dirt into the stream and washed them. The next moment, something miraculous happened. The filthy mud was washed away, and 3 purple immortal stones the size of fingernails appeared in the girl's hand. No way. Xiao Han exclaimed. How is this possible? I've checked it several times. The young girl smiled sweetly and took out one of the 3 purple immortal stones. Thank you for letting me find the immortal stone. I'll give you a piece. Oh, wait. Xiao Han waved his hand. You were the one who found the immortal stones. I have no reason to share them. But, if you can tell me the trick to finding the immortal stones. At this point, Xiao Han understood that he had to find the immortal stones. He didn't just use his naked eye to observe. It wasn't even scanning with his mental strength. There must be some other trick. However, the possibility of other chivalrous men telling him this trick was slim. After all, the heroes who entered the genius zone were all competitors. Everyone wanted to obtain more immortal stones and did not want to give their opponents any chance to find immortal stones. Xiao Han thought. This young girl would tactfully refuse him, but he didn't expect that she would agree. Okay, I'll tell you a little trick, that's great. Xiao Han was excited. Look, this kind of immortal stone. Once it's buried in the soil or dropped into the water, it's very difficult to find it with the naked eye. Moreover, it's very difficult to find it with mental strength. Because this kind of immortal stone has a special characteristic. The young girl said slowly. When the immortal stone falls into the water, its texture will be close to the texture of the water. Similarly, when it's wrapped in the soil, its texture will also be close to the soil. So, if you use your mental strength to scan it, it's very difficult to distinguish it from the soil and water. As she spoke, the young girl opened her palm and held up an immortal stone. Use your mental strength to scan this immortal stone in my hand. Yes. Xiao Han's mental strength swept. The texture is like a gem in the secular world, very gentle and beautiful. It's very easy to distinguish. The young girl smiled and immediately bent down. She grabbed a handful of soil and tightly wrapped the immortal stone in her hand. Then, she dug a hole and buried it. Then use your mental strength to scan it again. I already know where you buried the immortal stone. It's very easy. Xiao Han released his mental strength and scanned the place. However, he was surprised to find that the place where the young girl buried the immortal stone did not have that gentle and delicate gem-like texture at all. What? What's going on? It's obviously buried there, but my mental strength can't detect it. After the immortal stone is buried in the soil, its texture changes. It's almost as if it's one with the soil. So, it's very difficult for your mental strength to distinguish the immortal stone from the soil. The young girl took out the immortal stone and wiped it clean. The fastest and most accurate way to find immortal stones is not to rely on the naked eye or mental strength to sense it, but the heart. The heart? Xiao Han was confused. Yes, the heart. The young girl said with a serious face. In fact, every celestial stone contains an extremely faint trace of celestial qi. This trace of immortal qi is very difficult to detect. You must use your heart to sense it. When the immortal stone is buried in the soil or dropped into the water, its texture changes. However, the trace of immortal qi inside it still exists. When looking for immortal stones, I shouldn't use my naked eye or my mental strength to sense its texture. Instead, I should use my heart to sense the immortal qi inside it. Xiao Han seemed to have understood something. Soon, Xiao Han sat down with his legs crossed and took out the immortal stone he found earlier. You found an immortal stone too? The young girl smiled brightly and reminded him. Remember, don't use your mental strength to analyze its texture and internal structure. Don't use your eyes to look at it either. You must use your heart to sense it and experience it. Then, you'll really feel the faint immortal qi. Immortal qi? Xiao Han held the immortal stone in his hand. His mind was completely focused. This small immortal stone doesn't seem to have the smell of immortal qi. Xiao Han tried to sense it. However, the immortal stone didn't seem to be emitting any immortal qi. It was only warm to the touch and the color was bright. It also had the special effect of refreshing the mind. Don't be nervous. Don't panic. You need to calm down and sense it, the young girl encouraged him. This immortal stone was born in the immortal world. It must contain immortal qi. However, it's very, very faint. It's much fainter than the immortal qi in this genius zone. It's not easy to sense it. However, as long as you put your heart into it, you'll definitely be able to sense it. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao once said to sense the immortal qi inside the immortal stone. It's like sensing the immortal world. You can test your immortal fate. You can sense the tiny amount of immortal chi inside the immortal stone. It means that you have the immortal fate. You'll have the potential to become an immortal in the future. I'm not showing off. The young girl seemed to be naturally lively. She talked non-stop. However, she quickly stopped talking at the end. She playfully stole a glance at Xiaohan. Her cheeks were burning red. She was indescribably beautiful. I understand. Miss, I'll carefully sense it again. Miss, you can go and find the immortal stone yourself, Xiaohan said with a smile. Me? The young girl slowly walked to a green stone. She took out an embroidered cloth and wiped it. Then, she sat on it. She was graceful. She even took out a bag of melon seeds. She kicked her legs and ate the melon seeds while looking at Xiaohan with interest. It's all right. I've already found 8 immortal stones. I'm not in a hurry. 8? Xiaohan was shocked. In such a short period of time, Miss has already found 8 immortal stones? This. Too powerful. Really too powerful. I'm afraid Miss will be able to find dozens of immortal stones in 3 days. This way, not only will you be able to enter that giant hall, you'll also be able to exchange for treasures. It's nothing. If you can use your heart to sense the traces of immortal chi inside the immortal stones, you'll also be able to find a lot of immortal stones. Actually, it's not difficult at all. After spending some time with Xiaohan, the young girl completely forgot about her shyness. My name is Masha. What about you? Masha? Xiaohan muttered this name in his heart. He thought that this name really had a kind of exotic flavor. He replied. Miss Masha, my name is Xiaohan. 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 All right, I'll remember it. Xiaohan, you can just call me Masha. Masha said in a crisp voice. Then, she subconsciously covered her cherry lips. I won't disturb you from sensing the immortal chi. You can try again, all right. Xiaohan smiled. Then, he discarded all distracting thoughts and completely immersed his mind into the immortal stone in his hand. However, it was very strange. After sensing for half an hour, the immortal stone was still like a pool of stagnant water. Xiaohan could not sense the slightest trace of immortal chi. What's going on? Why can't I sense immortal chi? These immortal stones definitely contain a trace of immortal chi. Otherwise, Masha would not be able to dig out 3 immortal stones from under the giant rock. Why can she sense immortal chi but I can't? Sensing immortal chi is like sensing the immortal world. It's also a test of immortal fate. Could it be that I, Xiaohan, don't have immortal fate? Could it be that I, Xiaohan, am destined not to become an immortal in the future? Xiaohan's heart was slightly anxious. However, no matter how anxious he was, he still could not smoothly sense the trace of immortal chi in the immortal stones. Xiaohan's forehead was full of sweat, but there was nothing he could do. Just as Xiaohan was feeling anxious and uneasy, suddenly, buzz, the 10,000 immortals formation on the surface of his heart began to emit a faint throbbing sound. It seemed to be resonating with the immortal stone in Xiaohan's hand. Xiaohan was stunned. All of a sudden, the 10,000 immortals formation in his heart extracted a wisp of chi and directly rushed into Xiaohan's eyes. A golden light flashed across Xiaohan's eyes. He lowered his head and saw that the immortal stone in his hand was glowing with golden halos. What's going on? It seems like the 10,000 immortals formation on the surface of my heart is also resonating with the immortal stone? Xiaohan was confused and at a loss. Suddenly, buzz 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 buzz, Xiaohan's heart twitched, and the myriad immortal grand array rumbled. Involuntarily, Xiaohan's eyes lit up, and he saw that a few hundred meters to his east, under a pond, there was a large number of golden halos opening and closing. Immortal stones? Xiaohan immediately stood up and moved his feet. He subconsciously walked toward the pond and murmured to himself, 1, 2, 3, 16. 16 golden halos are appearing in the pond. Could it be that there are 16 immortal stones hidden in the pond? Chapter 467. Xiao Han tried to sense it for a long time, but he could not sense the immortal chi contained in the tiny immortal stone. However, just as Xiao Han was at a loss, the 10,000 immortals formation that hovered around the surface of his heart was triggered. It released a misty energy that allowed Xiao Han to sense golden halos. Xiao Han subconsciously walked towards the 16 golden circles in the pond. You sensed it? But I don't feel the aura of the immortal stones in this area. Martha, who was sitting on a green rock, also looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. Then, she pouted her lips. Could it be that I sensed it wrongly? Martha jumped off the green rock and followed Xiao Han to the edge of the pond. Let's try it. Xiao Han grasped the air with his right hand. Boom, 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 the pond water flowed backward. Water splashed everywhere. The next moment, Xiao Han flipped his right palm. The center of his palm glowed with dazzling treasure light. Xiao Han was holding 16 colorful celestial stones in his hand. He had just used his true chi to extract them from the bottom of the pond. As expected, the innumerable immortal formation has a special connection to the immortal stones. It can help me find the immortal stones. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He scanned his palm with his mental energy. 16 immortal stones. No more, no less, there really are 16 immortal stones. Ah! At this moment, Martha, who had already followed Xiao Han, let out a scream. I didn't sense any immortal chi. Xiao Han, your immortal fate is too strong. The immortal stones at the bottom of the pond have very thin immortal chi. Martha didn't sense it just now. But you, Xiao Han, you will definitely become an immortal in the future. Your immortal fate is stronger than Martha's. Xiao Han did not know whether to cry or laugh when he heard the compliment. It should be noted that he did not rely on himself to sense the immortal chi to find these immortal stones. Instead, it was the aura of the innumerable immortal formation. It pointed him in a clear direction. At the same time, buzz buzz buzz, Xiao Han held the immortal stones. Not only was the innumerable immortal formation on the surface of his heart activated, but even the talismans that sealed the demon egg also released obscure ripples. This, Xiao Han frowned and fell into deep thought. In other words, I can find immortal stones in both the array of 10,000 immortals and the immortal seal on the surface of the egg. What's going on? Wait, that's right. Both the myriad immortals grand formation and the seal on the surface of the demon egg contained the aura of the immortal origin. In other words, immortal chi. Back then, when I came out of the demon metropolis, I encountered a big shot who was suspected to be an immortal. He used some tricks to repair the myriad immortals grand formation in my body. From time to time, there were demons who burst into cheers after finding celestial stones. Of course, there were also many demons who were well versed in sensing celestial chi to find celestial stones. As Xiao Han walked, he drew out the celestial chi in the 10,000 immortal formation and gathered it in his eyes. He quietly sensed the celestial stones. At the same time, Xiao Han's mind waves occasionally radiated out hundreds of thousands of miles to find Xiao Mingqiu and the others. However, he did not find any trace of Xiao Mingqiu and the others. Martha, where are your demons from this plane? Xiao Han asked curiously. Martha grinned. They're scattered. However, in 3 days, we should be able to meet them in the giant hall in the center of the Genius Zone. That's true. Xiao Han nodded. I found them. Martha smiled excitedly. Then, in a flash, she rushed toward a low bush on the right. Xiao Han focused his gaze. Indeed, there were 3 golden halos flashing in the bush. Soon, Martha ran back. She winked at Xiao Han and said in a low voice, 3 celestial stones. The demons beside her. They could not help but stop in their tracks. One of the simple men asked with a smile. Miss, have you found the celestial stones? Martha quickly waved her hand innocently. No, I haven't. Just like that, Xiao Han and Martha spent the entire afternoon searching for the celestial stones together. Because they had mastered the trick, they had many harvests. Dusk. Xiao Han and Martha sat on the lawn outside an old forest. Xiao Han, I have 34 celestial stones with me now. Martha smiled, her eyebrows like crescent moons. Fresh and refined. I have 48 celestial stones. Xiao Han also smiled with satisfaction. Wow. In other words, after deducting the 10 celestial stones to enter the giant hall. Xiao Han, you still have a total of 38 celestial stones to exchange for treasures. I wonder what kind of treasures you can exchange for. Martha said with a passionate face, 38 celestial stones, shouldn't be able to exchange for any precious treasures. Xiao Han thought for a moment and then smiled. Martha, it's not just the two of us who have mastered the method to find celestial stones. Previously, I saw a demon. He dug out hundreds of celestial stones from the rock stratum underground. That's really a big deal. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han stood up. Martha, I'm going to continue searching for celestial stones. What about you? Let's go together. Martha also stood up. The two of them quickly entered the old forest in front of them. Night. In the Genius Zone, there was also the alternation of day and night. The night in the Genius Zone was extremely beautiful. The stars were bright, and the moon was like a graceful fairy, charming. Xiao Han and Martha walked quickly on a mountain path. On the side of the mountain path, there was a cliff that was thousands of feet high. Near this mountain path, there was almost no grass. It was bare and covered with greenish-brown stones. Xiao Han. Suddenly, Martha stopped in her tracks and took out a celestial stone from her storage ring. She closed her eyes slightly and began to sense it with a solemn expression. Then, she faced the steep mountain wall. Xiao Han. I can feel the aura of celestial qi in the celestial stone. This mountain wall seems to be embedded with celestial stones. But Martha can't tell the exact location and number of celestial stones. Wait. Xiao Han also activated the celestial qi in the 10,000 immortal formation and infused it into his eyes. Then, he scanned the mountain wall. Suddenly. What? Xiao Han's body trembled violently. In his eyes, there were densely packed golden halos on the mountain wall. The number of golden halos was so huge that it made Xiao Han's scalp go numb and he was dumbfounded. Xiao Han, your ability to sense celestial qi is stronger than mine. You. What did you find? Martha hurriedly asked. Wait. I'm counting. Xiao Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he mumbled with a dull expression, vaguely, he could hear Xiao Han counting, 5,000. 10,000. 50,000, after 100 breaths. There are more than 100,000 celestial stones embedded in the mountain wall. Xiao Han's neck was stiff. It's definitely more than 100,000. We're rich. Martha. We're rich. We're rich. More than 100,000? Martha's small mouth suddenly formed an O shape. Unbelievable. We searched for a whole day and each of us only found less than 100 celestial stones. Now, actually, found more than 100,000 celestial stones in one go. This is ridiculous. Xiao Han, are you sure? I'm sure. To Xiao Han, activating the celestial qi in the 10,000 immortal formation to search for celestial stones was a tried and tested method. Therefore, he nodded with certainty. This large number of celestial stones is embedded in the mountain wall about 1,000 meters deep. That's why, Martha, you can't sense it very accurately. But, it's definitely right. Yes, Xiaohan, I believe in your ability. Then, let's start digging. Martha was eager to give it a try. Her pretty face was completely red because of her excitement, like a ripe red apple. Swoosh. The next moment, a long sword condensed from true qi appeared in Martha's hand. The sword's body was simple and colorful, and it was densely engraved with talismans. A sharp aura that could pierce through the void was emitted from the sword's body. Wait, Xiaohan said softly. Then, his mental strength spread out and covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Soon, Xiaohan nodded excitedly. Let's do it. There are no other demons within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There are only the two of us here. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry and boldly dig. We're rich. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.